police running all in and out the building. What the hell is going on?
Coach is staying, coach is leaving. And what's good or bad about it?
What up, Lo?
Yo, what's good? What's good? What's good? YouTube, what's good? Raider Nation. Look, I almost forgot about it. You know what I'm saying? Let me do it one more time. Raider Nation. Yes, we are in the building once again. Hey, y'all know what it is. Hey, shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to the congregation. Hey, I gotta give the congregation that good old Raider Twuan brown cracker salute. Remember, there is no Raider Twuan without the congregation, and there's no congregation without the Raider Nation. All right, salute, blessings to everybody. Shout out to the deacons, okay? Deacons. All right, deacons, y'all know what y'all got to do. Do your job, be on duty, make sure you're sharing it all over the place. My space, Moco space, your face, baby mama's face, and make sure Raider Twuan and the congregation is in that place. All right, so go ahead and share this out. And for those that are part of the congregation, y'all know what y'all got to do. Show some love. Hit that like button.
Fucking Stizan. Twuan, hey Twuan, hit that like button. Why? Because I like you.
And if you don't like Patrick Mahomes, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. All right. Yes, sir. Go ahead and hit that like button. Why? Because I like you. And if you don't like Patrick Mahomes, hit that subscribe button. All right. Or Taylor Swift. You know what I'm saying? Personally, I don't like them. All right. Anyway.
Stizan. Twuan, hey Twuan, hit that like button. Why? Because I like you.
Just in case somebody missed it. All right. Hit that like button. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Let me see who's in the building. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me scroll up. Hey, you know Rob Pena over here with the brown crackers. You know what I'm saying? Got to give the Raider Twuan brown cracker salute to Rob Pena, a valued deacon over here at the Raider Twuan and the congregation. All right. Ray Love is in here showing some love. Raider Paul is in the building. Raider Twuan's in the building. No, I was like, yeah, that was from earlier. Daniel Berry, good to see you, man. Good to see you, Daniel Berry. Highlight Sports. Sports highlights. Highlight Sports. Daniel Berry. Gord is in the building, my guy. Good to see you, Gord. Navy vet, salute, blessings, Navy. All right. I know some people's gonna come in late, but it's all good. Those were the people that came in, had the notification bell ready to go. You know what I'm saying? And it was here for the Raider Twuan Live. Shout out to y'all for hitting that notification bell. Okay. Not only have you subscribed, but you hit that notification bell. Appreciate you. Hey, we gotta talk about these coaches, all right? There's a few slides that I'm bringing up, but I want to talk about Champ. Y'all gonna have to help me out. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna really have to help me out because I keep saying Champ Kelly. You know what I'm saying? Because now we got Champ Kelly. We've been had Champ Kelly, but now we got Chip Kelly. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna mess me up. I don't know how long I'm gonna get it right or wrong, but I'm just gonna say right now, it's messing me up. All right. So we got Chip Kelly. Okay. Chip Kelly from Oregon, from the 49ers to the Philadelphia Eagles, right? To Oregon Ducks, quack, quack, right? And Ohio State, okay? So we got that Chip Kelly. You guys let me know down in the comment section. You guys are gonna talk to me and I'm gonna talk back. Let me know your thoughts on Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly. For me, I think my Raider gospel on Chip Kelly is I think he's a offensive coordinator that actually knows what he's doing. And I don't think we have to worry about that. I'll just say this in the totality, and I think I put a poll up for you guys. I think it might be up there. Let me know if it's up. One of my deacons, please let me know if the poll is up. Raider Ben, good to see you, my guy. Watched your show the other night. Really good show. Appreciate you coming in. With Chip Kelly, he's a guy that he knows what he's doing. But back to what I was about to originally say before, I asked that question about the poll. Billy Davis, good to see you. It seems like this team all of a sudden acts like they want to be an NFL team. And when I say that, I'm saying it in the reference of, it seems like maybe we not necessarily, some of us may not completely love, the moves that they're making. Some of us may not, completely be enamored with it. Or, there is some people out there kind of like me, yes, I'm optimistic and hopeful for my team, but I'm also like, hey, it's a wait and see. Let's see if these guys can actually get the job done, right? But even with all that being said, we can say that this, what they're doing, thus far, and we know this is super early, but thus far, it seems like it's making sense. I was talking about how, when people were so talking about Ben Johnson or was on Ben Johnson, it was one of those situations where it was like, dude, if we get Ben Johnson, I need other guys to come in and they need to be all-star cast. Okay? We can't just have Ben Johnson here and then expect for us to all of a sudden turn this organization around. And I think that's kind of what the organization, under Tom Brady and Mark Davis and everybody else that may be, obviously playing their role. It's one of those, it's interesting to see that these pieces are actually coming together. These pieces, of an all-star, and I'm saying this in my Raider gospel, I think we have an all-star coaching staff. Especially the bigger ones that are stirring the drink. There is some guys that I have questions on, and I'll get into that a little later on. But overall, when you're talking about Patrick Graham on the defensive side, I've talked about Patrick Graham, calling it Patrick Graham College and calling it, calling Patrick Graham the mad professor, right? He's coming back. The good side of the defense was our D line. Despite who it was, we were plucking guys off the bargain bin, on our D line because our D line got, thrashed by injuries, especially our starters, for Robbie Leonard to still come to be back and be able to coach up those guys for another year. It's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? And then with Chip Kelly, one of the things we had issues with our offense, you can talk about Getsy, you can talk about Hardegree, we can keep going down the list of all the failures on our offense. And I think that with Chip Kelly, he could be, to my reference, a head coach of the offensive side of the ball. You know what I'm saying? He's one of those guys where you can say, hey, go run the offense. Like if I was the head coach, go run the offense. I'll holler at you if there's something that I see that's alarming, right? Same thing with Patrick Graham. Pete Carroll, of course, Pete Carroll has a lot of experience, right? But he can just tell Patrick Graham, hey, let the boys run. If something comes up, I'll holler at you. That frees up a whole lot of things, right? With the offensive coordinator, you got to worry about the head coach on your back, you know what I'm saying, micromanaging you. On the defensive side, you ain't got to worry about the head coach breathing down your back while you trying to cook and get things done, right? Pete Carroll can literally say, hey, y'all do it. I'll holler at you if something comes up. And of course, things are going to come up, right? There might be like, hey, I need, Patrick Graham, I need you to blitz a little more. Hey, Patrick Graham, the corners, I need them to press a little more. You know what I'm saying? Maybe don't give them 10 yards, you know what I'm saying, of space. Let's break that down to at least 5. You know what I'm saying? So there might be situations like that. It might be, with Chip Kelly, hey, against this team, I think we need to throw the ball a little more. You know what I'm saying? Get our boys ready to throw the ball. We know that Patrick, I know with Pete Carroll, he wants to run the ball more. You know what I'm saying? He definitely said that in his press conference. He said he wants to run the ball. And I'm perfectly fine with that. I think with our defense, if our defense gets back to what what we projected it to be, and on paper, you know what I'm saying, us being in the top 10 defensively, you run the ball, you get that time of possession going, and that means we'll be winning games. You know what I'm saying? If we are secure with the ball. Got some new people coming in. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I see you guys. Let me do a quick shout out. Billy Davis, good to see you, my guy. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Saw somebody else come in. Yes, Oakland Raider Savage. Okay, good to see you. Good to see you, Oakland Raider Savage. Cage Match Show. Check them out on YouTube. Cage Match Show. Also, Raider Ben. Again, I'm sorry about that. Raider Ben, you guys know Raider Ben has a good show over on YouTube. Definitely go show him some love. If you don't subscribe, go ahead. At least hit that like button. You know what I'm saying? But I hope you do subscribe to both of those guys. All right. So yeah, Chip Kelly. See, I'm saying it now because I'm talking about Chip Kelly, but sometimes I say champ. Excuse me if you look, y'all be a translator for me, all right? But Chip Kelly, he's gonna bring an innovative offense. I think one of our some of our frustrations and rumbles and grumbles within the Raider Nation was that our offense looked like it was primitive, you know what I'm saying, old school. And I think Chip Kelly, one of the things that I noticed from Chip Kelly is that he adjusts to the players he has. All the stops he had, he adjusts to those players and their abilities and said, hey, this is what we're going to do. This is what's going to work. This is what's going to cook for us. Let's work on this. So I'm excited to see what he does with the guys that he has, the Brock Bowers, the Jacoby Myers, you know what I'm saying? all the weapons. See it. Hey, I'll say this, and this is not a popular opinion, but let's see what he can get out of this running back room that we currently have. I'm not saying that we need to, stay pat at our running back room. I think we need to upgrade there. I think we need to bring some guys into the room, right? But, what doesn't say that, a guy like Zamir White finds something that works for him and he goes out there and gets it done? What says, Madison or, any of the other running backs that we have currently in the room are not going to work with, Chip Kelly? So I think there's still some wait and see in regards to that. I'm not again, I don't want the same running back room, but if there's still some same characters in there, let's see what Chip can do with them. You know what I'm saying? Let's see if, like I was saying earlier with Chip Kelly, he does put players in places to succeed, right? So it might be an opportunity for those guys to showcase their talent, but also, with Chip Kelly, putting them in a scheme or a package or whatever it is for them to succeed. So that's what I'm kind of excited about Chip Kelly. We have a head coach of the offense, and I'm going to say that again, head coach of the offense, which means he's an offensive coordinator that you can just let run. Okay, that's what I mean by head coach of the offense. Okay. So I think that's the positive in regards to Chip Kelly. Now, moving on, I think that with Chip Kelly, I believe the addition of an old face is a positive for us. And this is another move that I like. And that's the coach of our quarterbacks. Our coach of the quarterbacks is Greg Olsen. Okay. I like Greg Olsen. I even liked him as an offensive coordinator, to be honest with you. I like what he did with us as an offensive coordinator. But his bread and butter, and you'll hear me saying that a lot because it seems like this coaching staff finally is getting, hey, let's put some of these coaches in their bread and butter. You know what I'm saying? We know, and let me back up and to confirm what I'm saying. Chip Kelly as a head coach, that ain't popping. Him as an OC, that's popping. Okay. Now with Greg Olsen, like I said, I kind of liked him as an offensive coordinator, but his real bread and butter is him at quarterback. Being the quarterback's coach. So I'm excited, and I'm excited to see what he's going to work with, what we have currently, and who else we bring in. Because I think Greg Olsen, and this is something that has been requested by a lot of teams in the NFL. A lot of the teams in the NFL wanted to get Greg Olsen to work with their quarterbacks. I'll say this too. With Greg Olsen being the quarterback's coach, and this is the hypotheticals and the what ifs, right? Because I like to get possibilities and kind of where I'm thinking. There might be times where Greg Olsen tells Chip Kelly, hey, I think this will work. I think this play will work. I've been working with the quarterbacks, and these are the strong suits for the quarterbacks. I think this play, you know what I'm saying? Maybe something from the Greg Olsen book might come out. And I'm just saying, because he does have that experience where, of course, Chip Kelly can handle it on his own, but to have somebody else that he can have those conversations with, like, hey, you know what? I I don't know if I want to implement this. And then he can say, hey, you know what? That might actually work. Try this. You know, so to have that teamwork is what I'm hopeful for. Not saying that's what's going to happen. Chip Kelly might just say, hey, I'm the show, I'm running it, and obviously he's capable of doing that. But I think there's a benefit by having, you know, even though he's a quarterback's coach as in Greg Olsen, he can come in and say, hey, this is what this can possibly work. This is something that worked for me in the past. This may be something we can do. Okay. So let me know in the comment section, and I'm actually going to look at some of the comments before I move forward of, you know, what you guys feel about Chip Kelly and the addition of Greg Olsen. Now I'm going to look in the comment section. I know you guys are saluting each other. I like that. I'm glad the congregation is friendly. That's why you guys need to join the congregation by hitting that subscribe button, because we're nice over here. Well, at least sometimes. I'll just say that. If you come in here talking crazy, you might get something back. All right. Let me see. Raider Ben says, I agree. Appreciate you, man. I try to talk good. I know some people don't invite me on their shows, and that's okay, you know. But hey, look, I do what I can. I do what I can. Hey, Oakland Raider Savage is talking that Raider gospel. He said, "What's up, brother? We have a brand name assistant coaches. It's crazy. No more generic brand. You know what I'm saying? Coaches. Hey, we ain't got to get that great value anymore. You know what I'm saying? Look. Wait, hold on. Let me see. Yeah, we ain't doing the great value. You know what I'm saying? I honestly I like this great value apple juice. Just excuse me. Hey, great value. If you want to holler at me, you know, partnership, holler at Raider Twuan. Information is always down in the description of my live. But hey, we ain't at great value in regards to our coaches. We can get the you know what I'm saying, the band-aids that actually say band-aid on it. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? Look, and that's why personally, you know what I'm saying, and you guys can have your own opinion. I personally like what we have right now as coaches. Of course, it's not completely done as I sip this wonderful great value apple juice. Anyway, yeah, I like what we got so far as coaches. I want more, and I want more, right? But like you said, we're not at the great value, you know, generic, okay, and that's a good thing. So Gore, okay. Hey, Uncle Raider Savage, you ain't never like, we ain't doing Sunny Select. You know what I'm saying? We ain't doing the Sunny Select. You know, the only person that, and again, you guys might have to help me, and I might have to do some homework. You know what I'm saying? Ray Love, Ray Love said we ain't buying Dollar General steaks. Yeah, you feel me? Hey, look, hey, no disrespect. Hey, if that's how you gotta eat, then that's how you gotta eat. Okay, I'm not. Look, don't unsubscribe because we talking about generic brands. All right, if that's how you get it, how you live. Okay, if that's how you gotta eat to eat, do what you gotta do. You know, times is rough out here. I understand it. You know what I'm saying? Do what you got to do. But in this situation and in this reference, the Raiders aren't at that level. They ain't at the Dollar Tree, at the Dollar Store, and the Dollar General. Okay, and I think it plays into, you know, as much as people want to, and this is where I'm giving credit, as much as people want to bash, you know, our owner, as much as people want to bash our owner, the reason why we're not at the dollar store getting dollar steak, Sunny Select, you know what I'm saying, living off a great value, you know, generic brand, is because we have the money to do that. When you're in a situation where you can pay your offensive coordinator and he be the highest paid offensive coordinator in the NFL, you can do that. And it's because he has the money. You know what I'm saying? All those tickets, all those sales. Obviously, the Raiders is an iconic brand. You know what I'm saying? You know, nationally, internationally, globally. You know what I'm saying? There's some people wearing Raider jerseys on Jupiter and Mars. That, at least that's what I heard. You know what I'm saying? So it is one of those things where you have money, and Mark Davis is showing, hey, I may not know the football as much as, you know, people may like, but I know this money, and this money is going to work for the football. And we're starting to see that. You know, the upgrade. Just a little reference. I remember that, you know, back in the day, you know, when I was a young pup, you know, starting out, you know, got my little government job, you know what I'm saying, getting one of those W-2s, you know, and, you know, I used to, you know, of age, so I decided, you know, give me a little drinky drink. And, you know, I used to drink that dark, you know what I'm saying? And those that are, you know, don't type me, you know what I'm saying? Everybody know that black people like dark. Anyway, but there was a time where I was drinking, you know what I'm saying, some of that E&J. Y'all know what an E&J is. Though those that know. All right. You know, I was on that E&J. But there was also a time, you know, when I was drinking that E&J and I end up getting a, you know, because the E&J was cheap. You know what I'm saying? It's still cheap. You know, you get some E&J and it's cheap. Now, I there was a time in life where I leveled up and got a better job. Okay, I ain't gonna tell you how many times I tripled my hourly pay, but I'll just leave that there. But I leveled up, and when I leveled up, you know, I stopped drinking the Hennessy. I stopped drinking the E&J, and I moved over to Hennessy. Okay, so this is the level up. You know what I'm saying? There was a time where we was on, as a Raider Nation, we was on that E&J. You know what I'm saying? We was on that irk and jerk. But you know, we on that hen dog. Okay? We on that hen dog. So there's a level up there. There is a level up. I'm reading your guys' chats. Appreciate you guys coming in. All eyes, my deacon is in the building. Good to see you. Hey, Raider Savage is cooking. Hey, he said no more grocery outlet. Our coaches are Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, Albertsons type of coaching. Oh my gosh, that was so. Oh, hey, shout out to Raider Savage. You know what I'm saying, for bringing in that hot fire. I love this comment right here. You know what I'm saying? We ain't at grocery outlet, bargain market. All right, we at Trader Joe's and Whole Foods. You know what I'm saying? I got a joke about Whole Foods for the, I ain't gonna say it. I'll save you guys that. But yeah, we leveling up. We leveling up, and it's a wonderful and great thing. Raider Rebel is in the building. Good to see you. Hey, Raider Rebel said, hey, look, this is what Raider Rebel said. He said, GG Steaks. He said, laugh my butt off. You know what I'm saying? We've been eating Dollar General spam. Hey, it's been looking like that, and some of us, because we've been so conditioned to it, right? We've been so used to just that. This is a whole new thing for us. Like, what? We can get this? Oh, what? We can have that? Like, we didn't even know that was possible, right? Let's be honest. Who really thought Pete Carroll was an option for us? Who really thought that Pete Carroll was an option for us? We got him. Who thought that Patrick Graham was going to stay? We got him. Robbie Leonard, the hot ascending position coach that a lot of coaches teams and organizations in the NFL was looking at him for their possible defensive coordinator. We got him. So y'all already know kind of how I feel about it, so far. I know there's still some more that we got to get into. Raider Nation Jason, my guy, good to see you. Blessings to you. Thanks for coming in. You guys make sure you hit that like button if you guys have not. That definitely helps me out. And if you guys are not a part of the congregation, come on. Join the congregation. Hit that subscribe button. Put a 2 in the chat if you want me to put up the link. If you guys want to talk about coaching, let me know. Ray Love said it's the Brady effect. You know what? I think that, I don't want to give it full credit, but I think partially that is it. He definitely has a whole lot of influence on some of these decisions in making. Ogan Ritter Savage said, I feel like Eddie Murphy in Trading Places right now. Hey, it definitely seems like that, right? And it's good to be hyped about it right now, but the reality is we still need to see this stuff pan out, right? We still need to see them putting that together, right? They can't, and we know, and we've seen this, you can definitely look great on paper, but it's all about what you do on the field. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Gotta give y'all another Raider Twuan brown cracker salute. Appreciate you. Hey, Deacons, for those that are in here, check the IG. Check the Deacons IG. Okay. Check the Deacons IG. Okay. I got some information for you. And a question. All right. Yeah, hey, things are looking up. Things are looking up. The only one that I kind of have, and this is my question. I have a question about this one because the question is not if he can. How can I say it? The question is, I don't know if he's I can't say he's qualified or not because I really don't know about him. And I'm being very honest with you. I like to tell you what I know and what I don't know. I don't know too much about him, and that's a wait and see for me. And the wait and see is a very important position group of our team, and that is our O-line. At O-line, they're bringing in Pete Carroll. Yes, that's right. He's Pete Carroll's son. Okay. And I'm gonna have to dive in on that, and I'll probably do that sometime either today or tomorrow to understand where he comes from. You know what I'm saying, in regards to experience. But Pete Carroll is bringing his son over to work with our O-line. And I have concerns about that because our O-line ain't good. Just being honest. We do got some good guys. We can talk about JPJ being a good guy. Colton Miller still hanging on. Glaze did okay. But in totality of where we need this offensive line to be, I preferred having someone of, and again, I don't know Brendan's resume, so I can't, what I'm saying, it may be exactly who he is. But I'm looking for someone that had experience, years of experience on our O-line. Because I think our O-line, in respects to the totality of our offense, I think our O-line wasn't helping all the other pieces. Yeah, our running backs are not the best, but how many times did our O-line open up holes for our running backs? Our quarterback play wasn't the best, but how many times did our O-line give that quarterback time to decipher what was going on and be able to deliver the ball, right? So I'm going to be definitely this year looking at Brennan. Yes, I'm going to be looking at his resume, but when we get into the season, I'm definitely going to be looking at Brennan. I do this, the side eye emoji, right? I'm gonna give my side eye emoji to Brennan right now, and see how that plays out. I'm gonna put the link in the chat, okay? So I see some guys that are in, some of my good buddies in the building. Alpha Kasi, good to see you. So let me go ahead and do that. There we go. For those that may possibly want to join and talk about this coaching staff, Raider Ben, definitely you're always welcome. I'm just shouting out the content creators that I see. Oakland Raider Savage, you're welcome. Cool Kev, even though you're not a content creator, I've been wanting you to get on a live with me. So if you got some time, you know what I'm saying, and you ain't posting foot pics, go ahead and pull up. All right. But yeah, those that I love Chip Kelly, you know what I'm saying, as our offense coordinator. I love what we got there at Greg Olson. Brennan's, and I don't know. I still got to do some homework on that. And you guys know that I do my homework. So I'm going to do my homework on that. But I will bring up some things that are missing. Things that are missing. Make sure you guys hit that like button.
You fucking cold.
Let me look in the camera, do it. Hey, you guys go ahead and hit them likes. Why? Because I like you. All right, you clip that one right.
All right. Those are the talk about those that are missing. Shout out to Jeremy Fowler. Okay. He said the Raiders are not retaining several coaches from the previous staff, including running backs coach Cadillac Williams, receivers coach Edgar Bennett, linebackers coach Mike Caldwell, cornerbacks coach Ricky Manning Jr., and assistant quarterbacks coach Fred Walker. Okay. Let me know down in the comment section which ones are you. I know that some of you guys are like, hey, I'm fine with, all these guys going. Let me know in the comment section which one kind of hurts. Which one you think hurts. And when I say hurts, I mean, I'm talking about, which one did you think we should have brought back? Let me know which one you felt that we should have brought back. I'm going to look at you guys' chat. Okay. Let me put it up again so you guys can see it for yourselves again. And this is not the total list. Okay? But these are the guys that Jeremy Fowler from ESPN has notified us and let us know that they will not be retaining. I'll tell you right now, to be honest with you, for me, Edgar Bennett. Edgar Bennett is the one that hurts for me. Raph is in the building. Good to see you. All I said, Brendan Carroll is the weakest hire so far. Hey, and I hate to play that card, you know what I'm saying? But hey, he's Pete Carroll's son. I think that's another reason why he's here, is because it is Pete Carroll's son. But I don't care. I don't care. Like, you can be Pete Carroll's son, but I need you to put in work. Okay? Antonio Pierce did the same thing. He brought in his son. You know what I'm saying? It was a lesser position of importance, but he was out there putting in work. So I he even got, there's videos about, videos of him getting blasted by offensive linemen, being, helping with the drills. But, you being Pete Carroll's son has no, that's cool. That's wonderful. But I need you to put in work. And how you can be better at coaching? Eat you some brown crackers. All right? Trust me, it works. All right. Cool Kevin's in here cooking. He said we was better off suiting up Edgar Bennett and Cadillac Williams and let them play instead of Zamir White and Madison. Didn't really get any. Hey, that's your Raider gospel, and I'm cool with it. I think again. I think Edgar Bennett is the one that hurts for me. I like what Edgar Bennett was doing for the wide receiver room. But when you bring in a new offensive coordinator, he's going to have his guys that he's worked with, guys that he has a rapport with, all of that. So it's kind of like collateral damage, kind of where we upgraded at Pete Carroll. We're going to have to lose some pieces that are definitely going to hurt us. And that's kind of where I'm at with the guys that are gone. I can go back to the list and break down each one. Cadillac, that's here or there for me. I don't think he had too much influence to the success of that room. Edgar Bennett, I think there was. When you're having ascending DJ Turner, Trey Tucker was actually doing a whole lot better this year, and there was improvements there. Linebackers, yeah, Diablo was still Diablo. I don't think Diablo got better, which is another guy that I think, hey, we need to start looking at other linebackers, because I really don't want Diablo. And then our cornerbacks, I don't know. Was he instrumental into Jacorian Bennett? He did coach up those other corners that came in because of injury. But it's going to be up to Patrick Graham now to see if, to add to that room. You know what I'm saying? To add to those rooms, right? It's going to be, I think Chip Kelly is already going to have his guys that he wanted to bring in. And they're probably talking about those guys as we speak. But I think also with Patrick Graham, he's going to have to build out those people again. And, who knows? They could be experienced, experienced like a Greg Olson, right? The Greg Olson of the offense. He might bring in guys like that. It might go back to what we were talking about earlier, talking about the dollar store and the great value and the, Dollar General and, whatever, right? The upgrade. And that might be where we're going. It's still a wait and see in terms of that. But I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not mad at the direction that they're going. Looking at you guys in the chat. Cool Kev said we should have brought in Tom Cable. To be honest with you, I thought that's what it was going to happen. As soon as we got, because it was like weird timing. Like it was really like that weird, that sometimes you like something's in the air, like something's about to happen, right? We got Pete Carroll, and for me, like a couple of days after Pete Carroll, I see Tom Cable on Marshawn Lynch's podcast. And I'm like, oh, here we go. And he's talking about that O-line, that championship O-line. And you know what I'm saying? So I was like, watch we end up getting Tom Cable. And I thought that's where they were going to go. But obviously Pete Carroll decided to go with his son. Raiders well was giving his hot take. He said he's gonna bring in his other son. Also, in my opinion, Shannon was let go by the Panthers as their pass game coordinator. Hey, you know, it's either Pete Carroll gets his son a job, or his son might have to stay with Pops, right? And for those that older parents that have older kids, you know, you want to do everything possible to keep them out of your house. So, hey, look, that might actually happen. You know what I'm saying? That look, I need you to keep you can work with me, but I need you after practice, I need you to drive to your house, not my house, your house. Okay? Because me and moms, we gotta get our freak on. I was like, I'm just playing. Hey, but it's real. It's real. See, I was about to go down that rabbit hole. See if Lunatic was here. If Lunatic was here, me and him would be going down a rabbit hole. It's dangerous when me and Luna's together because I'll say stuff and he'll catch it and run with it, and then he'll say stuff and be like, "I caught what you said," and then I run with it. Yeah, it's all bad. So, yeah. Shout out to Raiders Allegiance, my good brother. He just his live just finished not too long ago, so you guys can go check him out. All eyes. I agree with you, but I'm gonna push back on it. Okay. He says, "I'm glad that Tom Cable wasn't selected. He tends to build lines with makeshift players. You know, I get that because of what he has done in the past, but I'll ask you this question, and this might take it another direction, right? Is that Tom Cable's choice? Or was that the GM's choice and responsibility, right? As an online coach, each organization is a little different, right? And I'll throw this scenario out. What if he's the O-line coach, but he doesn't have say of who they bring in? Because as an O-line coach, you could be watching college right now and be like, hey, you know, well, not right now, but, you know, when college was popping, and, oh, I like this guy. I like this guy. Let's go ahead and get this guy. I think this guy is going to be in the later rounds, so you guys don't got to worry about, spending a high pick on him. But I think he'll be there, and let's get that guy. I think, to be honest with you, and this is just my Raider gospel. Well, not Raider gospel. Well, it is Raider gospel now because we're talking about O lines. But my gospel on the situation is maybe he just had to work with what he was given. And yes, he would maybe, and yes, he was given makeshift, O lineman. But as an O line coach, does he have that much say? So that I bring that up. I'm not I'm not completely disagreeing with you, but I'm just throwing out the scenario that maybe Tom Cable didn't have the liberty of getting the groceries. Hey, I have a special guest coming in, you know what I'm saying? Probably the longest distance, you know what I'm saying, subscriber and member of the congregation. I'm so glad he's on here. He actually is a super super fan of the Raiders, and he's also one of the most successful content creators there is in the business. Ladies and gentlemen, Afakasi Raider.
Wow, Twuan, I feel very humble with such a beautiful intro. Successful. I don't know about that, man, but I appreciate you saying that. What's going on, Doc? Everyone on the chat.
When you're hitting, because I seen some of your numbers, man. When you hitting over 100, and all I got is 11, it's super to me. But
well,
yeah,
I appreciate it.
I'm glad you're doing well, man.
Yeah, it's humbling getting these numbers with the game streams. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, these are numbers I never thought I would ever get, and you know, it seems like me and my guy Critique. Shout out to Critique are onto something. But anyways, yeah. Salute to you. I was about to go live, but I thought, you know what, I'll give you your chance to shine, and then we'll kick it afterwards. And if you want to come and join us, Twuan, it's been a long time since you graced my channel with your presence. I get it. If you got stuff to do, go do your thing. But you know, the offer is there.
Yeah, just send a link, man. I'm always, like I said, I try to work with all content creators that want to work with me. So definitely shoot the link, and I will do my best to be there. I don't think I have anything planned after this, so yeah, I think I'll be good.
On 6, he should be shooting over here in a minute too. He was supposed to come over here with me. Like we were backstage in my own StreamYard, and then when we saw you live, I was like, let's go pull up for Twuan, and then we can come kick it over to us in the after party, right?
Yeah. So let me know, and I know you probably were listening. Obviously, you were listening. Let me know your thoughts on the stuff that I said in regards to the coaching staff, and maybe something that I didn't bring out yet. Because there's still some more to talk about. The guys that left, and then obviously some of the guys we brought in they're doing this. You know what I'm saying? Right. It's almost like volleyball. When they sub out, they flip. The person's on the back, and the person's doing this, and then they jump in. That's what we're doing with this coaching staff. There's coaches coming in, and then there's coaches going out. So, your thoughts?
Look, I mean, the coaches that have left and the coordinators and all that have been replaced, like, I'm not crying spilt milk over any of them. You know what I mean? Like, including Antonio Pierce. Speak of the devil, say his name and he'll appear on 6.
I usually do a grand entrance for him, but since since you were about to start your cooking, I wanted him to be on. You know what I'm saying? So he can get his plate. You know what I'm saying? And dive in. So yeah, go ahead, Afakasi. Sorry about that.
Damn, I lost my chain of thought.
We were talking about the coaches and the guys coming in and the guys coming out, going out.
Well, look, I do like that the direction that they've gone in has gone. They've gone with they want guys in the door with experience and credentials, and I do like that across the board. So it's a thumbs up from me. I'm not complaining. Like there's only few minute gripes, like Pete Carroll's age, you know what I'm saying, and Chip Kelly, like his time in the NFL had been a mixed bag as a head coach, and you brought that up before. Like as a head coach, you don't like him so much, but as an offensive coordinator, cool. You know what I mean? Like I remember this is a time when I watched more NFL football back between 2012 and 2015. Outside of Raider football. Then after that, since then, it's just been mostly for the strictly Raider football. But I did watch Chip Kelly's first game coaching the Eagles, and I remember watching his, like, the way the offense was running, and I was like, wow, like, I like some of the creativity there, you know what I mean? And then, like, after 2 winning seasons, the whole thing about him not just losing the fan base with some of the decisions he was making with regards to player personnel, but also losing the locker room kind of deal. They cut bait with him. He went to the Niners, I believe, right? He had 1 season with them. Yeah. And how many? And he only won like what? 2 games. They won 2 games under his watch. So
yeah, their record wasn't. Yeah, I think 2-14 season they had.
Right. So he went back to what, UCLA? Was he? He was head coaching there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then offensive coordinator for Ohio State, who just won the national title under his watch, correct?
Yes.
So, yeah, I like what you said, Twuan. I like him as an offensive coordinator. Maybe not so much as a head coach. He may have that Josh McDaniels kind of effect. You know what I'm saying? And that's not really what I want. You know what I mean? But as a offensive coordinator, cool. It's just going to be interesting to see the dynamic between Carroll and Chip Kelly, being that it seems like those two have very different personalities in the way they approach with player personnel. But you can't forget about Patrick Graham as well. Like that for me is the only guy out of pretty much all the whole coaching staff who I was like, I want to retain him if we can. I thought he would have been gone, but to see him come back and give us some consistency there, cool. You know, I'm happy with that. There's not one guy I would have preferred than Patrick Graham that was out there available, to my knowledge. And, you know, yes, we struggled last year, but in my personal opinion, under his watch, he did everything he could to get the best out of the player personnel that was available. And a lot of those games, you know, the defense did everything they could to try and keep us in the game. It was the offensive side of the ball, which is, if you were watching Raider football, you would have seen that was the bane of all our struggles. So, yeah, look, just to sum it up, I'm happy across the board.
All right. Hey, Auntie Six, my brother, man, it's good to see your face and you on the show. Let me know. Obviously, I'm gonna ask you the same questions. How you feeling about, you know, the additions and even the subtractions, if you want to talk about that, of our coaching staff.
Nah, for sure. Thanks for having me on, Twuan. Shout out to the congregation, everyone out in the chat. But to be honest with you, I'm gonna be honest. Pete Carroll wasn't my first choice at all. I was one of the people that believed that we were getting Ben Johnson. So shout out to all the Raider insiders out there for lying to us for a couple of weeks, saying there was a done deal. That
Right.
He already had his coaching staff. He already had a defensive coordinator, and everything was set in stone. He was gonna come, but going from Ben Johnson to Pete Carroll, it was a bit shocking. But at the end of the day, I do believe Pete Carroll's the right guy for the job, just because he can get the foundation set for this team going forward and shit. And that's something that is kind of hard when you haven't done it before and shit. So I think that Pete Carroll can go in there day one. He's won everywhere he's won, even going back all the way back to college and shit. So at the end of the day, he wasn't my first choice, but at the end of the day, I think he was the right choice. But the biggest thing I do want to shout out Pete Carroll is just for, instead of coming in here and blowing everything up, he kept on continuity on special teams and defense, and that's a big thing that I really don't understand why a lot of coaches go in there and see that their defense is good and they want to bring in their own guy and just make the defense all over again. You know what I mean? So I think we're pretty much set for success on defense and special teams. I just want to see what the rest of the coaching staff on offense is going to look like. You know what I mean? Before I start saying that how some people out here saying this might be the greatest coaching staff the Raiders have in the last 15, 20 years. You know what I mean? I want to pump the brakes on that until I see the rest of the coaching staff. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, I'm happy so far. It sucks that we lost some guys because some of these coaches, you know what I mean? Some of that shit wasn't their fault because of the few players that we brought in thanks to the offense coordinator. But at the end of the day, I'm pretty much happy with everything so far.
Gee, those inside sources, what? It wasn't the same inside sources, and I want to put that in quotation marks, that said, oh, Josh McDaniels is safe, you know, he's not going anywhere literally days before he is fired. And we didn't even pick up the phone for Ben Johnson. These inside sources said his signing was imminent. Yeah, okay. Idiots.
Yeah.
No, for real. Especially Hondo, when he said that we were going to sign him for 6 years for $60 million, and he already had the contract laid out and crap. It just amazes me that people go up here and just make these fake videos and shit and all these rumors and crap for what? There's no need that just to get your little views and shit up and crap. But at the end of the day, we Raider Nation, after all this shit, this last couple of weeks and months, we know who really has inside information and who don't. Because some of them are just like us at home, just taking wild guesses and throwing darts at a dartboard and see what sticks and what doesn't.
Yeah,
right.
I feel like, you know, and we've been talking about this and going over it, just trying to break, you know, try to make it make sense. And I think a lot of things are making sense in regards to the guys that they're bringing in. We needed like a guy like, you know, a Pete Carroll. to, like you said, Auntie Six, and I've been saying it, to establish the foundation. You know what I'm saying? We don't have, I hate to say it, but we've been foundationless for the longest. And I think even with Mark Davis, when he was talking about his press conference, he was talking about how, he wanted to do that with Gruden. That's the reason why Gruden had 10 years, to his contract, was because he was trying to lay that foundation with Gruden. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't have been mad at that. You know what I'm saying? I think Gruden was, Gruden to an extent, even like right where he got his head chopped off, he was cooking. Ruggs was ascending. You know what I'm saying? Our offense started looking good. We were winning. I think we were like winning a game a year. You know what I'm saying? So like there was progression. You know what I'm saying? So I could have rolled with that, but to now have someone like a Pete Carroll, and I was against, against the Ben Johnson situation, because I felt like, again, and that's why I like what Pete Carroll is doing. I felt like we needed someone proven that can come in here, knew what they were doing to build this foundation. And I don't think, as much as how wonderful Ben Johnson's offense looked, there's three sides of the football, and I think that you need to have that foundation. And I don't think I could trust someone like a Ben Johnson to cultivate all of that in his rookie year. You know what I'm saying? As a head coach. So I like it. Like I said, I like Ben Johnson as a offensive coordinator. I like what he did over there at Detroit, but to trust him to manage the whole, football team, and then establish a culture, like I couldn't trust it. So I like this Pete Carroll situation and the guys that are coming in. Again, Brennan is a question mark for me, but it is what it is. I think the possibilities are there for us to win, to get into the double digits. I really do believe that.
Right from the rip. Are you expecting that right from the rip?
I believe so. It's all gonna factor into our health, right? And that's something that we worry about every year, right? If we look at our defense, and our defense was around that top 10, right? And defensively, and then you have an offense that actually makes sense, and an offense that actually does a little better than what we saw last year, I think that's 10 games.
We're still going to need to overhaul a lot of what we have on offense before I want to start talking about getting into double-digit wins. You know what I mean? I want to see progress, and I believe they can make progress from last year, but you know what I'm saying? I'm going to reserve myself from expectation of 10 years, and salute to Rafa. I'll give you Twuan a minute to bring you in. I'm just I'm gonna stay and wait and see, and just give them time to shake it up the way hopefully it shakes up in the end. You know what I mean? Because I hate that when I this is why I don't do season predictions before the season starts, because in the last 2-3 seasons, just about every panel that I've watched and I've seen them do these predictions, they're all throwing out numbers like 12 wins, 11 wins, 14 wins. Fuck, we're going to win every game. You know what I'm saying? And it's like we're speaking it into non-existence. So,
yeah,
like, I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer, so to say, but I'm tired of all this expectation and just being set up for failure, so to say. Like, I just want to wait and see.
And I'm good with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm throwing the super early prediction, and that's kind of how I feel about it. But I'm okay with everybody that's, and let me say this clearly, I'm okay with everybody feeling, those that are feeling like, hey, I'm just gonna wait and see. You know what I'm saying? I think we have something cooking, but I'm just gonna wait and see. And I think that's kind of where you're talking about, Afakasi, is like, it looks like we got some good things going, and we need to get some other pieces and take care of certain things. But it's still going to be a wait and see. But I think
I want a
do
year
agree
of progress and success before I start throwing out big win numbers. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like, I ain't gonna throw out big win numbers after we come off 3 seasons now of nothing but disappointment.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I don't care who's our head coach. I don't care who's our coordinators. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just wait and see.
Yeah. Auntie Six, I'm gonna let you cook for a little bit. Go. Shout out to Rafa. Good to see you, Rafa. Like I said, I usually give the introductions, but I just want to get everybody in. Auntie Six, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, me personally, I'm with Avocasi this year. Though I'm trying to stay positive because I love my Raiders and I want them to win every game, but I know that's not possible. We have a lot of holes on offense that we got to fix before I start saying we're gonna win double-digit games and shit. Especially to me personally, I want to see who's gonna be at quarterback. That's all it's gonna come down to at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Yeah. Are we gonna go get Cam Ward? Are we gonna get Dart? Are we gonna go get Joe Flacco? Who are we gonna go get to be that bridge quarterback for next fucking year or so? To that rookie quarterback that's gonna play. Because to be honest with you, if we draft a rookie, I don't think he's going to play this year at all. I think he's going to sit bench just like Tom Brady did, so he can learn the offense and just get acclimated to the NFL game. But before I start saying we're going to win 10, 15 games, I want to see the roster, top to bottom, the coaches, and see what the other teams in our division do before anything. Because we're playing one of the toughest divisions just when it comes to head coaches and shit. You know what I mean? All Hall of Fame coaches that have won before. You know what I mean? So it's just crazy, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, we have a good chance with Pete Carroll.
Hey, Twuan, sorry, Rafa, before you shoot, hey, on 6, we were supposed to go live on my own channel. Do you want to just stay and kick it here? We might as well.
Yeah, we'll just stay here, though. It's good. Fuck it is what it is.
My computer just crashed, so I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Okay. And whatever time you guys decide to go live, I'll kill mine because again, I already hit my hour mark, so it's all good. Whenever you decide that you guys want to go, then I'll just tell everybody, hey, let's go ahead and jump that way.
Yeah.
So
what's up, Rafael? How you doing today, brother?
Well, nothing to complain about it, so I'm doing good. And I just wanted to be like really honest about like the coaching staff. I mean, for the first time, I was really great. I mean, after all those years of experiment, because right now, Las Vegas Raiders, they just found the success because the first time coaches experiment, it doesn't work at all. Because first we was trying with Antonio Pierce. I mean, that doesn't work at all. Right now, we have the secret formula to get involved with this winning team, which is Pete Carroll along with John Spiteg and, of course, Chip Kelly from Ohio State. For most people doesn't know about this, the running back scheme is a key of success because I understand that we have like the worst running back room ever in the history because they have Sincere McCormick, Dylan Love, Alexander Madison, also Samir White, and I was trying to figure it out. What is the perfect situation to go in there between for the wide receivers and the running backs, and of course the quarterback situation? I mean, it takes a lot of years to how did it figure it out, this experiment going out there, because people are really tired about like this old experiments to bring like some old persons trying to like adopt the Patriot way, just like a Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler. No, because if they look to find something great, they just look to like very positive. I mean, I believe in positivity because right now it is the perfect opportunity to stay focused. And right now, people are trying to figure it out by like the age of Pete Carroll. But listen, folks, Pete Carroll is very experiment. He has very experience about coaching, and he knows all about the scheme. I mean, that guy is a game changer, and he gonna put like Marshawn Lynch coming out there as an advisor for the running backs. But I just wanted to tell you, I really like this coaching staff. I mean, we have the opportunity. And believe it or not, this is going to be really huge at all. Because after all those years of disappointment, this one, we got to earn this jackpot.
Hey, Alpacasi, I don't know if you heard me because you said your computer was doing a little
Yeah,
tango. But it
it
whatever time
was.
you just whatever time you decide is fine with me. Again, I hit my little hour. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to
No,
go at a
dude, no,
certain
dude, no,
time,
no, 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 no. I've already canceled my live, so I'm
oh,
actually started to restream on your channel. Like, I mean, we're talking about
Oh,
the same things we just talked about anyway. So, what's the
okay,
point in like
okay,
leaving your live and then going back to my live and basically saying the same things?
okay, okay. No, no,
And
no
I've got a
problem.
few people on my side of the fence starting to trickle in, and I appreciate everybody. So, if the moderators on my side of the fence, if every like 5 or 10 minutes you can share out the link for Twan's channel, and let's get his numbers up. You know what I mean? Like, let's make this about Twan today, okay?
Oh man, appreciate you. Hey Rafa, same thing with you, man. If you want to link your channel, that's anytime somebody's on my show, you can always link
yes,
your
sir.
channel.
Yes,
Because
sir.
I want you guys to get your watch hours, whatever hours you guys get on the show. Definitely, I wanted to go to your guys' channels too. So yeah, appreciate you.
I think
Um,
my computer crashed again. Christ.
okay,
Oh, damn.
Oh man.
Not catch
I'll
a
be right.
break today, brother. Yeah, go ahead over there.
yeah.
Yeah, but
I hope his well that if it crashed, that means his the people that are viewing, right? They're not going to
I'm
be able
no,
to watch.
no. I'm still able to watch this. I'm watching you still right now.
Oh, so you're on his stream, but you're able to.
No, I have his stream up on my TV right now, so it hasn't
Oh,
gone away or anything.
okay, cool. I just don't want them to
okay.
miss out on what I'm saying the
No,
discussion.
we're good. We're good at Twan.
All right. So yeah, man. Like I did. Um. What was the question? Oh, Rafa. Let me ask you this: was
Yes,
there
sir.
any other coaches? And I brought this up because this was the coaches that Jeremy Fowler said that are gone: Cadillac Williams, Edgar Bennett, Mike Caldwell, and Ricky Manning Jr. And Fred Walker. Is there any of those guys that you felt like you would have liked to retain?
Mm, probably is gonna be like realistically because after that I just saw between Patrick Graham resigning as a coach. I mean, that might be gonna be like a game changer at all because I know that sometimes it could be work it could be not, but I just want it to be like a really realistic. I mean, forward think. If he does like it a great job, just like it with again, I mean, they're trying to figure it out how to convince. I mean, either way, that's what exactly what they wanted to. I mean, what they could have expected. I mean, hoping they're gonna really convince that everyone is gonna be there to be like exactly with the point. Because I really understand that the coaching solution, I mean, they have it a part of the ways. I mean, for those people who don't know about like parted ways for the following coaches, I mean, they just need like a culture change. You can't have all of the same voices on the room, but I can't pretend that I have an idea what level of coach it is. Kellogg Williams, it could be like one of those names of drop it and say name players from our youth. So it was like very cool that he was a rated coach purely in that sense. But probably, I mean, if their contracts expire, then we'll be on the list. Because I think those coaches were on the contract that Pete isn't keeping around. All through, like, he was still listed as assistant head coach on the website after Antonio Pierce was fired. But I mean, the coaching solution, I mean, it still survives, but I really see to disappointed Edward Bennett go. But pretty clear that Carroll and Chip are gonna put them together all those pieces and offense. Turner has already hired themselves. So I don't know, hats for him. But no wonder why our running back struggle. But I think that Cadillac Williams, he was like a bust as the coach, but some people they wasn't aware that wasn't with the staff. And hopefully they could do like something about for the training staff. I mean, it's about football. And guys get hurt, but I feel like every week that I just watch it, and the jury report was like double of the size. with even like the same amount of the total defensive starters. And everybody knows how they're gonna bank off here.
Yeah, I agree. Sorry, I just jumped back in. I have no idea. Well said, Rafa.
Yeah, thank you. Yep. Always
Twuan, you're
gotta.
on mute.
Yeah, I think it is muted, but I think it is crashing it down for like the computer.
Okay.
Oh, he's having computer issues as well. Okay. Well, salute to everybody. My apologies for anybody who joined on my side of the fence who were expecting to go live on my own channel. We already joined on Raider Twuan's live. He was live before us, and I thought, well, we might as well go kick it with him. I mean, we're basically talking about the same thing. Looks like Twuan's having some issues.
Yeah, they have
I don't know.
technical issues. Mm-hmm.
What while Twuan's I don't mean to hijack his stream, but while he's trying to situate himself, what do you guys think of all these rumors about all these players starting to make themselves available for trade? I mean, are you guys getting excited, or are you guys kind of like me, just reserved about the whole deal? If they're not Raiders until the day they sign on or they're traded as Las Vegas Raiders, I don't give a shit.
I just think everybody's reaching for information, trades, or rumors because there's nothing to really talk about right now and shit. So I think everybody's just fucking making rumors and putting shit out their ass just to get views and likes and crap. So at the end of the day, until they're officially a Raider, I don't want to hear, what if we get this guy? What if this happens? Because at the end of the day,
let's go get this guy, or let's go get that guy, or this guy wants a trade. We're going to get him. The trade is imminent. It's going to happen any minute now, and it doesn't happen.
For reals and shit. Like every year, we always gonna say we're gonna go get the top free agent, then we don't get nobody, and then we end up with Garner Minshew or fucking Jimmy Garoppolo and shit, and then we all know how that ended up. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna reserve my speculations and all these rumors until we actually hear something.
Right. Like the only time I can remember it happening one time was the Davante Adams trade, right?
Yeah.
Oh yes. We remember.
That's the only time. So that's why I say like 90% of the time it doesn't happen. One time, maybe Davante Adams, it actually happened. But I hear this song and dance every year when it comes to let's make this trade, or with free agents, or let's go get this player, that player, and 90% of the time it just doesn't happen. You know what I mean? So I'm finally at a point now, and I've been this way for the last few years. It's just like I'm getting excited for nobody until they are officially Raiders, and then I will start talking about it and get some form of excitement.
Yeah, between for like the free agency, I mean, I know some rumors can be true, that some can be fakes, but at the end of the day, I mean, if we want to like everything else to build a team, I mean, why not? I mean, for the most of the year right now, because, for example, I know that Max Crosby is a leader of defense, but without Trey or secondary will be like the worst in the league. But I really hope that Christian Wilkins come back strong, because when you look at the top defenders between Crosby, Spillane, Morrick, I mean, we're like at a couple of the pieces away for a top 5 defense. We just were saying Graham, and I mean they're gonna be able to be like a great defense, but I think we got to resign Trevor Morrick and fill in other pieces when it comes to like the free agency. But we could be like at a good defense. But I think that between for like, if they have like a mastermind, it was a better defense last year. So I won't be as opposed like at a drafting like a blue chip defender with the 6th pick. I mean, what would happen between for like Mason Graham from Michigan? I mean, I know there's gonna be like lure for defensive players, but if we want to know about like, if we want to see like the top D5 defense, it got a bit exposed because we have 0 depth. Because you're not like top 5 defense unless you can start like the depth and the soul houses on there. Because that year they put like an injury that sort of starters to set a lot of the things in the back. Yep.
Ralph, I love you, dog. You've just gone in 5-6 different directions in the space of a minute. You went from talking about like the free agents to the draft to Patrick Graham to free agency to trades. Free agency, but I'm like, where are you going with this? Sorry, dog. I love you, man.
Yeah.
Salute, Ruff.
All right. Oh, you came back, Twuan. You came back.
Yeah, you know what's so crazy, man? We got rain over here in the Bay Area, and for some reason, like as soon as it started raining really bad, that's when my signal just like went. So yeah, but Archie says, did you have something, brother?
Nah, I was just listening to my boy Raphael. You know, his magical roller coaster he was taking us on right now.
Okay,
Right.
well, hey, make sure you strap up. You know what I'm saying? Because when you it's definitely gonna be a roller coaster. But hey, I love when he comes on, man, for real.
Yeah, exactly.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. I see you guys. Willie Wayne is in the building. Fuentes, good to see you. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe on all my brothers that are on this panel. Raider Rich, good to see you, my guy.
Gang,
James
if you guys
Furfo.
are on my side of the fence, could you put the link for Raider Twuan, please? That would be appreciated. Sorry, Twuan. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah. Deacons, you guys already know. Do what you guys got to do. But yeah, Apokasi, did you what do you want to see from us moving forward?
Consistency, in time success. And what up, Marcus? I see you on my side of the fence. I see a few people that joined my channel through the game streams. This obviously isn't a game stream today. Back to my Raider side of things, and we're restreaming on Raider Twuan's channel. So please, if one of my moderators can share his channel on my channel, and everybody move over to that chat feed, that would be appreciated. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's make this about Twuan. But look, I just want consistency in time. I do want success. I want success sooner rather than later. But if it has to be that we have to give it a little bit of time, I'm willing to be patient as long as it's not too much time, if that makes sense. I want to return to the commitment to excellence. You know what I mean? It's been too long where it's just been commitment to excrement, so to say. You know what I mean? Or
Right.
mediocrity, and I'm tired of it. You know what I mean? Like, it just hasn't been good enough. Like every other team that's been dwelling in the bottom tier of the league since I've been a fan, they've even had more periods of success than what we've had. And it's like, it's about time. It's us. Why not us? Why is it never us? You know what I mean? Like 2 playoff appearances in my time as a fan, spanning back 15, now 16 years. You know what I mean? That's not good enough. You know what I mean? I want to get back to the days of the commitment to excellence, and I don't want it just for a short time. I want it for a long time. But I do understand it's not going to happen overnight. If it can happen overnight, cool, happy days. Like it's possible. You know what I mean? Like it's possible. Like, you know, the Commanders proved that. Like we can go far in the playoffs if we make the right moves with the personnel and the coaching. You know, if it all gels together, cool. But I'm not going to expect that right from the rip. But that's what I want. And it started with like what we've been doing with our head coaching hires and the coordinator hires and that. Like that's step one. Okay, so for the most part, the majority of Raider Nation, we're happy with it. You know what I mean? So now it's on to step 2. Remember free agency last year? Like we did bring in Wilkins, and the only other, you know, marquee, if you want to even put it like that, not really marquee, but the only other signings we made was what, like Gardner Minshew and what was it, Harrison Bryant, the tight end. I mean, yeah. I like the Wilkins free agency signing, and despite the injury, I'm excited to see what he brings to the table this season. There's going to be high expectation with him, but I want a lot more urgency with free agency. You know what I mean? Like I want them to get more proactive than they had been the last couple of seasons. Because even under McDaniel's watch, it was quite disappointing then too. You know what I mean? So I want proactivity. I want more urgency, and I would like to see us retain a lot of our key players that are hitting free agency. You know what I'm saying? But if we cannot retain them, make the necessary whatever is necessary to replace them. hopefully, if it's not free agency, then it's the draft. And then finally with the draft, we've got to hit it out of the ballpark with this draft. You know what I'm saying? Like this, I keep saying this for the last couple of years, and I'm going to say it again. This is the most important draft for us in a while. You know what I'm saying? Like I said that back in 2022 when we had 9 draft picks, enough draft capital to turn us around. And look at, well, not 2022, 2023, the one where we drafted freaking Tyree Wilson. You know what I'm saying? And look at how that draft class has gone. You know what I'm saying? Like we found Jacorian Bennett, Aiden O'Connell, and I mean, who else did we find in that draft? But like we didn't find ourselves a bona fide stud. Like, I mean, possibly Jacorian Bennett could be that, but Trey Tucker was another guy. You know what I'm saying? But like to whiff as much as we have, especially in those top 3 rounds with Tyree, Michael Mayer, who still needs to establish himself. I don't care what anybody says. You know what I'm saying? Like people talk about how we've got the best tight end room in the league. Well, we've got Brock Bowers, who is that guy, but I'm still waiting on Michael Mayer, a second round guy, to establish himself. You know what I'm saying? And Byron Young, who's not even on our freaking roster. You know what I'm saying? Like it's those kind of draft classes that have set us back and led to it was a lot of the reason for the demise last year, because we just didn't have the depth because we didn't draft well under McDaniel's watch. You know what I'm saying? So that's a big thing with this offseason, is to get it right with the draft. You know what I mean? Like at least hit it out of the ballpark or get ourselves good players in your first 3 rounds, ideally. You know what I mean? Much like last season. You know, I can live with like your next 4 rounds being development guys, whether they develop to be something cool. If they don't, they don't. But if you hit it out of the ballpark with your first 3 rounds, you find yourself good starters, maybe even a baller right from the rip, like Brock Bowers. You know what I'm saying? Like that to me is a win. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's what I want. Just like take it one step at a time. Free agency is next, then the draft, and then see how it all shakes up. Year 1 with this new regime and the new start with the Raiders, and from there, whatever will be.
Yeah, and I think, you know, just to add a little to what you said, Kasi, I believe because they're going in so much in regards to this coaching staff and how much they're really investing so far in this coaching staff, that we might be in a position that we'll be buyers, you know what I'm saying, in the free agency market. So that's the optimistic side, right? And the hope, right, that they're going to, as much as they're investing in our coaching staff, they're actually going to be willing to invest in our players. So that's a hope. Auntie Six, same question. What do you want to see in the future for you know, this team that you love? It can be like immediate future, like, you know, immediately after these hires, what's the next step, or you just go ahead and cook, man.
I mean, me personally, guys, I just want people to be here that actually want to be here and know what it means to be a Raider. Because at the end of the day, I'm tired of these prima donna people that come in here that say they want to be Raiders, that don't want to put 110% in practice, that want to be bad influences on the younger kids and shit. I'm just tired of that shit. You know what I mean? I want coaches and players that no one's, to me, that bleed silver and black like I do. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, it's going to take people like that to get this shit turned around. Because I'm tired of fucking losing, man. I'm just like every single one of you guys here is. So at the end of the day, I don't care what we have to do, who we need to hire, what needs to change. It needs to get changed now. Because at the end of the day, it just amazes me how great the Raiders were when I first started to be a fan. You know what I mean? When they were just getting their things turned around. From seeing them in Super Bowl 37 against the Buccaneers to them, since that day, only seeing them make the playoffs twice. It's just embarrassing and disgusting to think about. Just to see every quarterback that we had since Rich Gannon. You know what I mean? And everybody knows that. It just fucking embarrassing. You know what I mean? All the defensive great players that we had just let walk out the door. Like Khalil Mack and Charles Woodson, all of them. I'm tired of that shit. I just want to win. I want the players that we developed to stay here. You know, shout out to Morgan, Nate Hobbs, and all you guys. I want you guys to stay because you guys deserve to be here when we win. Max Crosby and all you guys. because you guys were here with the rough times like we were. At the end of the day, it just needs to change. And I shout out to Mark Davis because at the end of the day, it all falls on him. He's the one that has hired every one of these coaches that we had, pretty much, and this all of them have failed, and it all falls back on him. But at the end of the day, I hope to God that Pete Carroll is the right man for this job to get us going in the right direction. Because I'm just tired of losing. I just want to win, point blank serious. Because at the end of the day, I know Val Davis was here. I seen himself fucking a part of the team to bring in Javon Walker to try to win right away. Try to turn this team around. You know what I mean? Even though it didn't, even if it didn't work out, I seen him what he had to do and shit. You know what I mean? So hopefully now with Mark Davis selling a portion of this team to certain players, to other people and shit, now we have more money come in. What's the last time the Raiders had an assistant coach that was the top paid off in the corner in the league or anything? You know what I mean? Being in Vegas is helping us out a lot now. And hopefully we are able to put a coaching staff together that can help develop this team, that help develop this guy and come into one so it can equal some wins.
Javon Walker, that's a name I hadn't heard in a while. Hey, Rafa, there's a trivia question for you without going to Google. I want you to look at the camera.
Okay.
You know who Javon Walker is?
Okay, tell me.
I just asked you. And look, if you don't know, you don't know. That's cool. I was just asking. Do you know who Javon Walker is?
Javon Walker.
Nah, throw it.
Not quite
It's
at
all
all.
good, Rafa. It's all good. I was just putting you to the test.
Hey, thank God for Google. You know what I'm saying? Hey, if you don't
No,
know,
I don't. But
All good, Rafa. All good.
no,
I was just putting you on
it's
the
all
spot.
good, man. I'm with all you guys in regards to where we're going, and it's refreshing. We were talking about it earlier. It's refreshing to see that we're not getting the generic brand when we're selecting these coaches. We're actually getting the Band-Aids that actually say Band-Aid on it. You know what I'm saying? And not at the, like someone said, we ain't eating Dollar General steaks right now with the coaches that we're bringing in. So is what I would like to see futuristic wise, and it's not way down the future, but I just want them to continue this energy. You know what I'm saying? I want them to continue bringing in guys like Greg Olson. You know what I'm saying? Obviously he's our quarterbacks coach, but someone of that caliber to handle our quarterbacks, and all these guys that have left, the Ricky Manning Juniors, the linebackers coach, the cornerbacks coach. I want them to bring in guys that are of that, of that brand, not the Dollar General brand, but of the real deal, brand, So I hope they don't start all of a sudden getting cheap in regards to filling out this team, because I think it's going to take, it's really going to take that for us to really turn this around. We're going to need not question marks in our coaching staff. We need coaches that actually can know what they're doing, and maybe if all hell breaks loose, they could, run something else if need be. And I think that's what I was excited about even more with someone like a Greg Olson. You know what I'm saying? We know that Chip Kelly's going to be our offensive coordinator, but like, let's say Chip Kelly all of a sudden, starts playing with all the girls at the Bunny Ranch and can't show up to the games. Like, at least we'll have Greg Olson, there to run our offense, because he knows how to run an offense. You know what I'm saying? He's the quarterback's coach, but he can also be an offensive coordinator if we have to ask him to do that for us. So, I want to bring in guys that are like that, or people to be like that. It could be a female. I don't care. The best female cornerbacks coach might need to be over here with the Raiders. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the situation may be.
Could be an alien from
look,
friggin' Jupiter. I don't care.
It could be Blue's Clues. It could be Bluey. It could be Paw Patrol. It could be any of those people. You know what I'm saying? And if they can run whatever they're here to be paid for to run, let's run it. So I'm excited, and there's a benefit for us being in Las Vegas, ladies and gentlemen. And I thank Mark Davis for, making it rain on some of these coaches, and spending that money to invest in this team, because it's way overdue. It is way overdue for us to have a winning season. You know what I'm saying?
JT's asking for the link.
Oh, the link's in the chat, but let me put it back up. It's probably way up in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up, JT?
Salute, JT.
JT. Good to see you.
Oh, man.
Just make sure JT's not cooking.
Yeah, as long as he ain't cooking, trying to be on a live, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we're good.
It could be worse. I remember watching. I'm not going to name whose live it was, but he had a guy from a different team come on his panel, and the dude's literally cleaning his toilet with the camera on while he's talking.
See?
I mean,
I remember that.
show some self-awareness for crying out loud.
Hey, people get on me for eating on a live. Hey, look, I'd rather you guys see me eating on a live than, you know what I'm saying, seeing where my
you can. It's a little distracting, the noise. Just mute your mic, but cleaning your toilet. I mean, come on, dog. Really?
Yeah. And same question, because I really want, and Afakasi, I know that you said that you had a live, and I knew you might possibly have some topics you wanted to discuss. We can bring those up today too. But Rafa, what direction do you want to see us going from this point moving forward? What are your thoughts?
The type of direction I just wanted to make it forward, because after we just see John Spintek and Pete Carroll, I would love to see one of those athletes from Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Chris Godwin. I know it's gonna sound crazy, but I would love to see Chris go in for the free agency, because I really know that his type of run isn't not like the same for the wide receivers, but I would love to see them. But I really wanted to think about like the direction that was going through. We gotta keep it moving forward. There's no negativity. We're always getting the positive, and of course, we don't want to commit the same mistakes, because we are the Raider Nation. We are tired of the same bullshit. We gotta keep forward.
Short and sweet, Rafa. I like it.
Yep.
Yeah, he was on with that one, man. Hey, keep
Hey, what's
cooking
up,
like that, Rafa. Hey, JT, same question. Where do you want to see the Raiders go moving forward? I know that we were talking about the coaching additions with Chip Kelly and Greg Olson being the quarterback's coach. So if you want to talk about that too, this is your opportunity, man.
Did you just said you asked me a question? You want to see where we go, and then you threw out information about us hiring a tight end to be a quarterback coach. I think you kind of see where I'm going to go here. Overall, I will say I'm not happy about the coaching hires. Not for what y'all think, but it just shows me that they're not trying to commit to anything. Right now, where we stand, it's a 4-year job. How long of a contract did we give Pete Carroll?
3 year with the force with team option thing, or fucking I don't know, some shit like that.
He's retiring after 3 years, so he's not going to be able to fulfill and complete his job. Cool. Does he bring in culture? Yes. Does he bring in a winning atmosphere? Yes. The problem isn't that we haven't brought people in who could bring in culture. The problem is that they haven't been able to establish themselves and stay long enough to even implement it. And this is exact same shit they're doing again. I'm not upset. Y'all know I've been upset way longer than y'all. Y'all just hit y'all mark of being fed up with the shit. Y'all used to get on my ass 4, 5, 6 years ago when I said this is the shit that's happening.
No, you're right. You're right, JT.
And the thing is, I'm not mad at the hire itself. I'm mad at the execution and thought process of why they did it. They're not thinking about longevity because everybody who wins, they think longevity. They're bringing in guys who aren't using. I said this shit 3 years ago when we brought in we bring in veterans who come to get their last contract. We literally just did that with Pete Carroll. Nobody really wanted Pete Carroll. We didn't have to sign him right away. Okay, they really had to go out there and go get Ben. When we didn't get him because he didn't want to come here, and I can't say why. I know why. I can't say why right now because I kind of got somebody in trouble, so that's why I haven't really been podding. But on top of that, I just haven't had time to pod. But the stuff that I said on my last 2 pods kind of got some people I know, reprimanded a little bit, So I will say the front office is getting a little bit more unified than my last live where I said there's a divide and there's a civil war. This was before Telesco got fired. There was a divide. There kind of still is a divide on where the front office wants to go with certain people. It's still a tug of war over who wants who to run. Some departments want other people to run it, and the old guard doesn't want to let go just as a yet.
JT, how do you know that though?
I have friends who work.
We've literally just hired these guys, and you're saying there's already a divide. How do you know that? Like, it's too early to be the divide.
Well, there's some people in the NFL who don't want Mark Davis to be the owner of the Raiders, which is why they gave Tom Brady a little percentage of the team.
So you're not talking about the coaching and
as the coaching, they really didn't commit to anything. I mean, 3 years isn't nothing. That doesn't allow Pete Carroll to really develop anything or bring in. Like if he brings in a rookie quarterback, it's going to take his rookie quarterback at least 2 years to learn the offense. Now that's right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. So go on. You finish it.
Yeah, and that's if Chip Kelly even stays. Chip Kelly is using this as a stepping stone, the same way he did with Ohio State. Granted, that was his boy, the New Hampshire hire and connect. But he's a head coach. He's not an assistant coach. Yeah. He's not looking. He's just looking to get his next gig. And the fact that we paid him $6 million should tell y'all all y'all need to know already. He's not a $6 million head coach, assistant coach. He wasn't even getting that in college. So why are we paying him $6 million as a pro?
Because we need an offensive coordinator who's had a degree of success, like as an offensive coordinator. And the guy is just coming off winning a national title at the collegiate level, being the offensive coordinator.
I'll be honest, a lot of guys who have any type of competence could have really did well at Ohio State with the talent they have. And that's not to shit on Chip Kelly, but he's not going to be able to have the most talent on the field in the pros. That's what his struggle was last time. How did he struggle at UCLA? He didn't have enormous talent where he just has guys who are just better physically.
Right. You would know that because you're a UCLA fan, right?
Yeah, I know that. Now can Chip Kelly scheme? I will say this is the first time. I'm going to say this. You know who really loves that Chip Kelly's in there? Zamir White's going to love Chip Kelly as an offensive coordinator. He's going to help him. Zamir White has an issue with reading the holes, reading the lane. Chip Kelly excels at that. Chip Kelly excels at teaching running backs. He's going to be really good for Zamir White.
You really think he's going to stick around, Zamir White? After having a season, a 2.8 yard per carry, more fumbles than he does touchdown season, the worst rushing season from any feature back in my time as a fan and even beyond that. You really think this guy's going to get another chance?
Absolutely. Yes. I hate to say it. I know we don't like it, but is he going to get another chance? Yes, because he's part of the fraternity. And we're really not paying him anything. And guess what? There's not too many people in the locker room right now that are really better than him. He was just making.
You really think we're not going to draft at least 1 or 2 running backs? We're not going to bring in any undrafted free agents. You really think we're not going to bring young cats in the door this offseason that can do better than 2.8 yards per carry, even right from the rip, even if they just come out of college?
Mm-hmm. Yes, he's not that. 2.8 yards a carry means that he's missing something. He's doing something. That
means you're terrible. That means he's terrible.
But he's not. He's terrible. But he had terrible coaching. He's had terrible mentorship. That's the problem. He wasn't a number 1 guy. He's a development guy who needs to be coached up. That's why
he's had 3 years under development. How much more do you need?
But he had terrible coaches, is what I'm saying. He hasn't had good coaching. Like he's had 3 different coaches, and not one of them has helped him look at the field and learn how to hit the hole.
That's on him as well. He's got to be able to learn that himself.
Absolutely, but it also comes with player development, and we don't have that. Now what does Pete Carroll do? He's actually good at player development. I hear you, but we're not going to get rid of it. I
don't want to see him take another snap as a Raider.
I would say this, Chip Kelly, and I hate to say this, but the kid from Boise State now jumps to possibly our number 1 pick. Because Chip Kelly, what he excels at is having a 2-headed monster as a running back. That's how his offense has to excel. It starts with the running game. But he needs 2 running backs. He doesn't do just 1. Everywhere he's been, from Oregon, he's always had a 2-headed monster. Kenyon Barner, something Michaels. I can't remember his name. He had DeAnthony Thomas. He's had Kenyon Barner. He had Jonathan Stewart and all of them. And I forgot, was it no, he was in Memphis. But he's always had a 2-headed monster running back. At UCLA with Zach Charbonnet, with Steele, he has to have 2 running backs. Zamir White feels part of what he does. Zamir White can turn into a cheap man's LeGarrette Blount for him. Zamir White just has there's little things that he has to tweak in his game, and he's a comparable running back. But he's one of the most talented running backs in our running back room. It's just
he literally had one of the worst season as a feature back as a Raider. Name me one feature back that has been a Raider running back that's had a worse season than Zamir White. Name one. In the how long have you been a fan, Twuan? JT. How long have you been a fan of the Raiders? And I'll ask Twuan that too. How long have both of you guys been a fan of the Raiders?
Almost all my life.
Okay, so give me one guy who was the feature back in all that time, from that time till now, who was worse than Zamir White. Give me one guy.
That's the problem. He wasn't a feature back. He was forced into it.
That's not my question. Give me one guy who had a worse season than he did as a feature back.
I'm saying, but I'm not. He's not a feature back, is what I'm telling you. So
you can't even give me a name. To my point,
yeah,
you can't even give me a name.
He's who is worse than him
as a feature back. Give me one name. Give me one name since you're the start of your time as a Raider fan till now.
Nobody.
And we're gonna kick this cat.
Yes, he's not. Yes, they are.
Oh my God, JT.
Yeah. You could. Hey, they're. Let's be honest. The free agent class for running backs is fucking terrible. It's terrible.
No, wait. What do you think that the class is terrible? I mean,
I'm saying,
how could you explain that class was terrible?
If you're trying to pick up a free agent, they're terrible. They're old. They're injury riddled. You're not trying to pay money to that.
So you're saying we won't draft a running back, or even maybe draft 2 running backs, bring in undrafted free agents, and you mean to tell me that they can't do, if we bring in like 3-4 young players, Sincere McCormick you could throw in there, Dylan Lorby maybe, and even Amir Abdullah if we resign him. You mean to tell me that 4 or 5 of those guys can't give you better than 2.8 yards per carry?
Look, anybody can give you 2.8 better than that. And then what I'm telling you is the 2.8 isn't him not being physically gifted. Isn't him not being more talented than guys. He's just not picking it up. And there's I hate to say, kids aren't as smart or they don't have that good IQ anymore, a football IQ. He's physically gifted and has been catered to his whole fucking career until he got to the pros where he had to learn. And now he's learning a hard lesson like this. Like he's been physically more gifted than everybody, even through college. He's now running into guys who are just as physically gifted as him, if not better. So now this is what I'm saying. This is the mental curve right now. He's mentally battling it.
JT, I gotta tell you.
You're only throwing 2.8 at me. You don't see everything else that he can and will do when he gets the proper and necessary coaching. Is he my number one running back? Hell no. No.
Okay, but JT, I just wanted to tell you because I understand that you just mentioned about like the worst running back class of 2025.
For free
I'm
agent.
gonna tell him for this one. The running back position is very appeals like it could be. I mean, there's Christian Jenkins, Trayvon Henderson, Nick Singleton. I mean, as I wanted to say, because I think that class is pretty awesome. I mean, they probably had to cover the point. They had the best combo of talent and on-field production. So who could tell me that that class of running back became the worst? Hell no. I mean, there's some great athletes, very super talent, but the only issue, they need to bounce back here. I mean, there's one college player that I just love to see them. Ollie Gordon. They blew up out of the nowhere. It was like the best running back in college football last year. Huge writer. Another great season. It's going to be like an awesome prospect. Also, Damian Martinez, a big bruiser for running back, produced from day one a real round defenders. Omari Hampton for the diversity of North Carolina. Tar Heels. Also, they have an amazing season as a dynamic pass catcher. Also, Trayvon Henderson was arguably like the best running back in the 24 class before running to Ohio State. Those names are those guys that have the talent to be the first round rookie pick consideration. So who you tell me that the running back class that became worse? I mean, they have a lot of projections and speed. I mean, there's Lockett and Stutz.
I hear what you just said.
I think he was talking about free agency.
Yeah, free agency. But even with what you just said about drafting a rookie, none of them are bell cows that can handle the rock 30 or 40 times. Chip Kelly's going to run the ball around 30 to 40 times. None of those guys are going to come in day one and be able to run the ball for 17 games this year like that.
They could definitely give me better than 2.8 yards, even right from the rip.
Hey, Afakasi, I guarantee you, if Zeus makes, he has to make the team. He has to make the team first. But I'm gonna be honest with you. In that room, that running back room, he's talented.
We lost JT.
Yeah, I think that this internet just lost it.
I will say this, and I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. But when you look at our room, I honestly give Zamir White the third in that.
I think it's my Wi-Fi. Can y'all hear me?
You cut out. That's why I started talking. But like when really look at our running back room, and when you look at our running back room, I give Zamir White number 3.
Would you still feel that way if we do you? But Twuan, do you not agree that we're going to overhaul this running back room? I guarantee it. We're gonna draft a guy. We might even draft 2 guys. We're going to bring in undrafted free agents that I'm sure are going to be better than Zamir White right from the rip. So why are we going to keep this guy?
So to your statement, I do believe that they're going to bring in running backs. But right now, if you go back to the original statement I made as Amir being the 3rd running back, it depends on how many running backs we keep. He still might be the 4th or 5th in that room after bringing in guys, because you have and you know this is up for interpretation. I got. You know, and this is not exactly my number 1 or anything, but I'm just throwing the names that are above Zamir White. I got Amir Abdullah and Madison.
Madison,
Zamir White.
I'll give you Madison.
So-
Abdullah is not a better back.
If you don't like Madison and people love Sincere McCormick, that's cool too. Put him at number 2, and he's still the third running back. So if
Isn't Madison a free agent though? He's not coming. I mean, are we getting?
Is he?
I think he was still under contract. I don't think it was a one and done.
No. Didn't he get a multi-year deal?
Yep.
But even if it was, like, he's probably on a cheap deals kind of deal, and this would be. I don't see it being more than 2 years. And even if this is his last year, I mean, he can go too. I mean, I don't care. Like, I don't want Zamir or Alexander Madison to take another snap as Raiders. I mean, we can do better than what we did last season with those two at the helm. We were literally dead last in the league, and it wasn't. It was only because thanks to what, like, Sincere and Abdullah doing a little bit better in the last like quarter of the season, that we were able to make it even a closer gap than what it was, because we were dead last by a bullet in terms of rushing yards per carry and how many rushing yards we had. Like, I don't want to go another season with those two guys at the helm. Like, I'm done.
I mean, I can definitely understand your frustration. I just don't see us there's too much to address, and the running back room isn't the problem. I mean, it can develop into a problem because of what Chip Kelly does and how he likes to call plays and how he's going to develop and build. But I'll be honest, I mean,
Gabe's comment, and I'm sorry, JT. Madison was only a 1 year deal, $2 million.
He's only 1 year deal. Okay, so yeah, he probably gone in because.
So that gives it, and I hate to say it, as much as we may not like it, that gives it even more of a chance for Zamir White
he just jumped up on the depth chart. He just jumped up on the depth chart.
He's cheap labor, right?
We are going to bring in young cats this season. I guarantee at least 2-3 guys, and I would even put Sincere McCormick, a guy who I was very critical of last year before I would have Zamir White out there. I'm going to stand on that. Like, until proven otherwise, I don't want to see Zamir White take another snap. I want him out of here.
So Afakasi, if Zamir White, we went to the third, right? But like, do you not think that he may possibly be that last running back on the roster? Like, because how many running backs it depends on how many they bring in, right? Or how many they keep, right? Usually they keep about 4 or 5. So you don't think that Zamir White will be that last spot?
Hey, Afakasi, are you looking at the roster right now, the depth chart?
I already know the roster. Like, I don't need to look.
No. Can you read off the depth chart? I want to know who's like is the depth chart right now, as it stands right now.
It would be what Zamir White, Alexander Madison, Amir Abdullah, Dylan Lorby, that Collier guy we brought in on the last game. Is there anybody else?
Now after what you just told me, none of them physically and athletically are going to outperform him on the practice field or in OTAs. None of them are going to beat Zamir White. You don't. No. Look, take your feelings out of it. And I'm just saying, if you're looking, if it's just a pure eye test, when you see them stand on the field, they put the pads on and they're just doing drills. Who is the best back?
I don't care what they're doing in the drills. If they could only get me 2.8 yards per carry when it comes to their first year in the league, when you've had 2 seasons, you get 2 seasons concessions to develop. He had that. He had his 3rd season with us. He gave us. I said it before. I'm going to say it again. The worst feature back in the history of the Raiders. I keep asking this question. Give me one running back who was the feature back for a decent amount of time who had a worse season than Zamir White. Nobody can give me a name. The only person who came close to giving me a name was Raider Ben, and that was Maurice Jones-Drew, who came over in 2014 when he was already a spent force, when he was a baller at Jacksonville. He came over to us, but he wasn't even a feature back. He was supposed to be the spellback with Darren McFadden. I am not giving this guy another chance. He can go.
What about Trent Richardson?
Trent Richardson wasn't even like he was bad too, but he wasn't supposed to be the feature back. He was just supposed to be a depth guy.
Yeah, but Zamir White wasn't supposed to be the feature back either. He was thrown into
Yes,
it.
he was. He was supposed to be. We moved on from Josh Jacobs and we said, all right, Zamir White is going to lead this running back by committee.
Question. Josh Jacobs was the feature, and they didn't want to work with him. So what happens when your feature back, you have issues and conflict with him, and you ship off your feature back? You're now stuck with your backup and guys who aren't ready yet and still developing. So he's not a feature back, but you're grading him as a feature back.
I'm not having him even as a spellback. I'm going to stand on that. Like 2.8 yards per carry. You can go. I'm not giving you another chance. We can bring younger talent in the door, and they can be better than that.
Look.
From the rip.
Look. If you're only rushing for 2.8, it's not just the player. You're putting everything on him like it's his fault. It's not. He's part of it. He's part of it. He's part of it. But it's more, if you can only get 2.8 yards, there's a lot wrong with everything.
Oh, man.
Then why could yeah.
Hold on. I'll even throw this at you. Let's be real. Josh Jacobs should have had probably even worse. Would have worse if he wasn't so elusive in the backfield. How many times did he have to break people in the backfield? It's just he was elusive. But you put the same game in there with a guy who's not elusive, you see what happens. You see the value of what Josh Jacobs was to us. Because the offensive line was still giving up pressure, but you got guys who could not shake and bake in the backfield and Barry Sanders their way out of it.
Yo, sorry to interrupt, but I gotta hop off right now because I know that I'm really tired. But I just wanted to say salute to you guys. Salute Raider Twuan, my brother, from another mother, Afakasi, too sweet. There you go, Auntie Sits. And JT, I just wanted to tell you, salute to y'all. But
thank you, man.
To be honest, right now, I just wanted to tell you, JT, you gotta watch a lot of film, study college football. Okay? I know you look like Steve Bailey from ESPN or some shit like that, but JT, I got my eyes on it. All right, so you gotta be careful.
Oh, shit! That's what I'm talking about.
I will say to Rafa's little jab. I think there is a lot of talent in the draft for us. You know what I'm saying? That you can acquire in the later rounds that have the potentials of being, you know what I'm saying, a either the feature or a part of a strong cast of running back. So, but I still also feel like, unfortunately, Zamir White might be the last running back.
I'm gonna say it.
I really don't, unless they really flood at running back, and we'll see how they play that out, whether they address that in the draft, free agency, or UDFA. But if they just bring in two more running backs, I still think that Zamir might be.
That's such wishful thinking to sit here and think a UDFA is going to be better than a guy who was. I hear it. Go ahead, man.
What I think is funny is these fucking content creators that were saying Amir, Sincere, and Zamir were gonna rush for 1,600 yards and 60 touchdowns, right?
Who said that
and then,
shit?
hold on, JT. And then the same person comes out and says, "Well, I never said that. Zamir White's actually a fullback because I played running back before. So what is it?
Who said this?
Is he a running back? Is he a fullback? What is he?"
Hey, my brother Auntie keeps receipts. That's why, when I come on, I try to be correct. I don't even know receipts about what I say, and it be wrong.
I'll say he has a neck like a fullback. He looks like Lorenzo Neal. I mean, he looks like a fullback.
Are we really going to turn a 3-year failed running back in his 4th year into a project player, into a project position, when we could just address that by getting someone who's a fullback, who's played the fullback, who could do the job already? I know he's not. I'm just saying that. I'm just speaking out loud.
Whoever said that, please tell them, send them this clip. you're a fucking idiot. And that comes from me. You're a fucking idiot. No offense. It could be even people that yo, that is the dumbest shit I've heard. He doesn't.
Now that I can get behind,
All
JT.
good with me.
Like seriously, please tell him that. You know, and like you see the name King of Controversy. You're a fucking idiot. I will say this a lot, and I agree with you. I really do, but it's sad to say. I will say I didn't want Zamir to begin with, but the kid is gifted. He wasn't properly developed at Georgia.
See,
I'm not even looking at the chat. I'll get there in a minute. But he wasn't developed at Georgia. Georgia was superior to most of the people that they had, so the running holes were just obvious and where he had to go. They just said, "Hey, run this way," and he could just run over or break the tackles. Drugstar. Who's Drugstar Report? That's his name
keep
for real?
keep going, JT. No,
That's
it's
his
not.
name for real?
Keep going.
If he had a take like that, no wonder his name is Drugstar Report.
Did you say Cage?
Drugstar Report? That's the guy's name? I mean, if you call in Zamir White a fullback, yeah, you definitely lay off the meth. No, but I don't know who that is though, for real though. I really don't. Yeah, but don't do drugs, nation. Y'all stupid. Yeah, stay away from the drugs. Especially Ozempic.
Okay.
But it sucks to say he is athletically and he's the most talented running back in our running back room right now. And it's exactly that face you make. Yeah, it fucking sucks, and you know it. You know it. He is, and that's the problem.
I'm taking Sincere, and this is coming from Sincere's biggest critic. I am taking Sincere, and I am taking Amir Abdullah before I'm taking Zamir.
Oh, we're giving respect to Amir Abdullah. Who was talking about Amir Abdullah way before everybody jumped on the bus?
Twuan was.
How and let me toot my own horn on my show. How many times have I talked about Amir Abdullah and he ended up being the best running back in the room?
Amir Abdullah, like for me, like he's always been solid. He's been in the year, 10 years already? What is next season's going to be his 11th if he stays, right? And doesn't retire. And he's always been a guy who's been solid, like nothing more, nothing less. Is he going to stick around, or if we're going to move on from him, time will tell. Like, I mean, I'm not going to try spilt milk over either, but the guy is never going to be, for me, anything more than like say solid/good. I want someone who has a higher ceiling to be able to develop. In a young guy, and to me, Zamir's had 3 years to prove that, and he didn't. So I'm ready to move on.
I'm gonna disagree. He hasn't had 3 years to prove anything. He's just been on the roster for 3 years. You haven't had.
He had his chance last year.
With what? That bum ass fucking OC we got that I told y'all from before. That's just. I'm saying that dumbass set everybody back. Like it's like this, and this is what I've said before. There are coaches that will get you labeled and in your fucking career because they're fucking terrible, and that's Luke Getsy. Luke Getsy can make you look fucking terrible and will get you never to have a job, but you're not as bad as that. It's because he's a dumbass. The guy's a fucking clown of a coach. He can't outcoach me. Legitly, he can't outcoach me. He's very well networked, and he has friends and people that he's been behind. He's not gotten there on his fucking talent as a leader. He hasn't got there on his talent of play, on none of that. He's an idiot. He's a legit idiot. That guy does not. I can't say he understands. He understands football. He just can't coach it. And there's a lot of guys that are like that in the league right now. They understand football. They just can't coach it.
You know when I knew this guy was an idiot? When he had our right, what was that? Our tackle at the number one wide receiver position. This was a fucking idiot in that game. Oh my god! How
No,
that fool even get hired?
he was an idiot in fucking Green Bay before he even got the gig in fucking Chicago.
Well, he's gone, so
Yeah.
we moved on from him.
But this is what I'm saying. This is the issue that the Raiders have. We still don't have. I hate to say. I pray and hope Pete can bring in his strength and conditioning guys and get rid of the guys we got now. I don't like them. They know how to put muscle on, but they don't know how to teach. We don't play with it with the strength that they teach. I just don't like it. They don't play behind their pads. I mean, Zamir has all the weight in the world. He does not know how to play with weight, though. He doesn't use his weight. He falls forward, but he should be breaking a lot more tackles. But that's partially. Oh God, it's player development. Like our game coordinator, he needs to be fired. He's just another carryover from 2 fucking staffs ago. I mean, there's so much shit that we aren't addressing. It ain't gonna be much of a change, really. It's not. It's just faces in key positions, but the overall fucking roster that they've had for the past 3 or 4 fucking years is the same.
Well, hey,
I heard y'all earlier when I was watching. Y'all were talking about we need to learn how to keep players who we develop. Who the fuck have the Raiders developed outside of Derek Carr in the last 15 years that was worth keeping?
Are you talking about any position?
Any position.
Not never got rid of Khalil Mack. I'll tell you that much.
Stop. I said who developed under Raider coaching. Khalil Mack did not develop under the coaching staff here.
Colton Miller is an example.
Colton Miller, that's a good one.
That's close.
Max Crosby.
No, that's a good one.
Max Crosby has not developed. He's still undisciplined with his rushing and all that. You could say whatever the hell you want. Max Crosby has very undisciplined at times on his pass rush, and he has to be. He has to be at times.
Have you been hanging out with the Drugstore Report?
The issue why people attack Max Crosby because they know he goes really wide and he doesn't hold his lane gaps. He physically beats people 1-on-1, and if he doesn't, it leaves the position out of the line. That's why there's so many run gaps and there's cutback lanes. Y'all can say this shit all you want. That's been an issue with Max. But Max hasn't had help, and he has to figure out how I'm going to do it. And he's just athletically gifted that he can make up for that.
So players like Hunter Renfrow, Trayvon Morig, Malcolm Kuntz, Nate
how long were they
Hobbs,
here for?
Guys who didn't develop in the Raider system.
But remember, your thing was you want to keep guys you developed. How many of those did we keep outside of the rookie?
Well, Colton Miller we kept.
That's one guy in 15.
Hunter Renfrow. I'm giving you. You asked the question, so I'm giving you examples. Hunter Renfrow, granted, it didn't work out because of his concussions and all that. But you're saying we developed nobody. But I'm just giving you some pushback. There are some people that we did.
I'm saying Hunter Renfrow wasn't a key guy. I'll give you Colton, even though that's probably a stretch. I'll still give you Colton. I will take. I'll. You know what? Yes, Colton. That's one guy in 17 draft class. How many rounds are there in drafts? 7 rounds.
Right.
So that's about 17 years, 7 draft picks. That's around 100+ guys, and we've only developed 2.
I'm not disagreeing with you that, like, if what you're trying to say is that we haven't been drafting very well, no, I can stand on that. Our drafting history hasn't been too great, and I can agree with you there. That's why earlier I said, like, we need to draft better than what we have in previous history. Like, I mean, it started last year where I believe all 3 of those guys should be around for a while. You know what I'm saying? Like Brock Bowers, You know, the only reason I can see Brock Bowers taking a dip in production is if our quarterback play falls off a cliff or he gets injured. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can only see him trending upwards. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's a character guy who puts in the hard work. There's no other reason why that's not going to happen. Jackson Powers Johnson, I believe he's going to be around for a while. And DJ goes, sorry, Twuan.
I was just going to say something quick about JPJ. I think the only thing that may cause another dip is that they keep doing that swapping situation. Keep him in one position and let him work that out. I think that was the situation with Cleveland Farrell. They wanted to move him in. They wanted to move him out. They wanted to move him in. It's like, dude, just keep him in the position, one position, and because he's young. They were young at that point. Let them perfect. You know what I'm saying? If JPJ is going to be our center, let him perfect being the center. Don't make him be a center, and then all of a sudden, next year we're going to move you to guard.
Hey, you want to know why?
We're going to move you back to center. No, let him perfect that position that he's in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's who's Travis Kelce's brother? What's his name?
Jason Kelce.
He's Jason Kelce. He's Jason Kelce. And that's who I want as my offensive line. That's who I want as my offensive line coach, Jason Kelce. He'll be ready next year. He'll be ready next year to coach.
Is he retired?
Yeah, he's been retired.
Okay. All right.
I was saying we should have got him last year. That's what I said. You should have got him last year specifically for JPJ. I said that before we even drafted. I said, we get JPJ, y'all better bring Jason Kelce in here.
Well, he was a great player, right?
Absolutely, he's one of the greatest centers to ever play the game.
Okay,
he's undersized. And he was undersized.
Okay, can we bank on because you've been a great player, that's going to translate into being a great coach as well?
I'm saying as a mentor, a player mentor, and then he could develop into it because he wants to coach. He's already talked about it. He's coached. He's helped out at the school of Cincinnati. Remember when Desmond Ritter and all that were there? He was mentoring those kids in that offensive line there. He's done it in multiple places. Like the whole line in Philly, most of them were being tutored. The whole room was being coached by Kelce. Now I will say I see him there, but sometimes you have to. I would disagree and say that we've always drafted bad. No, we haven't drafted bad. We've drafted players. The issue is we don't develop enough of the players that we draft. So it looks like a terrible draft. But then when we let players go and all of a sudden they look like, oh, why didn't he do that with us? It's because we lacked development. And there's a lot of you can ruin a player more than a player can ruin you. There's a lot of coaches who have ruined players, and unfortunately we've had a lot of those coaches. And that's what I'm saying. I don't like when people say, "Oh, we have not really drafted bad. We just didn't maximize what we didn't maximize how to develop the player. Like we would force them to change to us instead of changing to them."
So if you look back at the 2023 draft class, the last class under Josh McDaniels, do you give them that concession and excuse
for the class?
Yes. Now look at it: Tyree Wilson round 1, Michael Mayer round 2, Byron Young round 3, Trey Tucker, Jacorian Bennett, Aiden O'Connell, Christopher Smith, Nesta Silvera, and am I missing anyone?
Yeah.
I feel like I am.
I'm gonna say like this: there was one bad pick in there. And everybody knows what it was. The pick I fucking demolished and fucking ridiculed still to this day. And even with that, all they have to do with Tyreek, all they have to do with this kid.
Tyree Wilson was the only bad pick from that class.
Yes. He was the only one.
Byron Young, a third round guy who didn't even make it past.
In the third round, it wasn't bad in the third round.
Oh, wow. Come on.
As a third round guy? I mean, no. See, what you're using hindsight and comparing them to everything else in the draft and how that played out. I'm saying at the time, it wasn't a stretch. They didn't reach for it. I would have wanted to pick somebody else like you. I definitely didn't want him, but I'm like, okay, I can kind of see it. He has skill set. He's strong, short. You know, he would be development.
So Byron Young, you're telling me a guy who lasted only one season, who got outplayed by Matthew Butler, a guy who's still struggling to get game time after being on our roster for 3 years. You mean to tell me that wasn't a bad pick?
At the time of the draft?
I'm not talking about at the time. I'm talking right now.
Yeah.
You can't look back at that and say that was a bad pick.
I think two things can be true.
I'm saying you're looking at the result at the time of the pick. Was it a bad pick? I don't see it as a bad pick. The results were we could have went somewhere else.
But you just said like this is why I asked the question. You said when you look at the draft class, we only had one bad pick from that whole class. It's like, well, we've only had two guys who has established themselves as even decent enough players that are either rotational or role players or a starter. In Jacorian Bennett, he's the only guy I can see who's been as.
And how many third rounders are just starters? How many third rounders are starters?
Well, Dylan Parham, he's a starter.
Would he start anywhere else outside the Raiders?
Malcolm Kuntz was a starter.
Would he start
Divine
anywhere
Diablo was a starter.
Would they start anywhere else outside of being a Raider?
Yeah.
With Dylan Parham.
Where?
Anywhere else in the offensive line in the league? There's a lot of teams that need a guard. You sort of he's fucking stuck.
Yeah, he's a guard. He can play. I said start. Wait. Let's just do this. Within our division, who does he replace?
I
don't watch football outside of red football.
I don't even know if that conversation can be valid because we know how bad this team is in totality. So anybody that could possibly be a starter, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. It may not fully be ready to be a starter. They're going to be out there as a starter for us. Just because how poor our overall roster is. So I don't know if that's even
I'm saying that's what I'm saying, but that's the issue, Twuan. He's saying they're starting here. Cool. They're starting here, but we're a terrible team. So of course, I'm better than someone who's awful. So I could at least. But here's my thing: is Dylan Parham as bad as he playing? Do I think he could be better? Do I see talent there? Absolutely, but it has to be developed. The problem is that he's not developed. He was getting confused, meaning his morale was down. He didn't have, his self-esteem was getting killed. So there was a lot of things that were just against him, and he wasn't properly getting coached. And he had to be forced to play because honestly, he still was better than what we had on the roster.
So I'll tell you something, they're definitely better than Byron friggin' Young, lasting 1 year in the league and then he's gone.
What's up, NorCal?
I'm just saying, in the third or fourth round, those are development guys. Now you could crash and burn on that because you can get some quality guys in the third and fourth round, but you also can get some guys that, like you said, will crash and burn out like he did within 1 year.
Right, and that's what was my argument in the first place because you said
but that doesn't mean he doesn't have talent though.
Hang on, JT. You said it wasn't a bad pick, and you don't look at that as a bad pick. How can you not look at that as a bad pick when the guy lasted one season as a Raider and got beaten out by a guy who's struggling to make even a decent rotation? How can you look at that as being anything but a bad pick?
I think two things can be true. I think going into the draft and where he was valued at the third round pick, it was one of those ones like, okay, he's a third rounder. But hindsight, when we're looking at what he did for the team and how he played, then it didn't look like a worth value at the third round. You know what I'm saying? So I think both statements can be true. Going into the draft, getting Byron Young from Alabama was not a reach. You know what I'm saying? In the third round. But now we're looking at it as, he didn't even do.
You're talking about results. But it's not a results thing. You're using hindsight and results factor and how it played out. But he was on a terrible fucking coaching staff that's not even coaching anymore. I'm sorry. Y'all can say whatever you want about Patrick Graham. He's not a good coach to me. Now, I will say, guess what? It was surprising to see how well the defense played, but it's an underwhelming defense. He's not properly getting coached. He's not properly getting developed.
Well, Snack, great comment. I like that one.
Like I said, I feel Twuan is right. I'm saying the results of what happened, and that's another thing. You got to know who you're drafting. You know, if you're going to draft these kids from the SEC, you got to understand what you're drafting with them, because they're not being disciplined down there at those schools.
So you think that applies to Brock Bowers? He's an SEC, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but he came from Kirby Smart. Now you look at Kirby Smart, you look at Zamir White. I'm saying you look at the players from Alabama and how they act, and then
Hold on.
Huh.
The defensive tackle from fucking Georgia, what was it? From the Eagles, look all the issues he had over there at Georgia before he came out the draft. You can't say that same shit. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, but that's the thing. When he went to the Eagles, that shit stopped because they weren't going to accept that shit. You have disciplinarians, you have vets who are going to ring that motherfucker in, but hey, yo, calm that shit down, bro. That's another issue that the Raiders have. They don't have vets that are going to talk to these kids, and sometimes you have to punk a kid. You ain't going to do that shit over there with the Eagles. You can get punched in your jaw by Graham and all those vets over there. They don't play that shit over there. You don't got discipline. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I don't mean to interject you as much as
no, go ahead. I've been talking about.
I've got to get going because I've got a few errands I've got to run. So I'm going to shut the stream down on my side of the fence. Everybody's on my side of the fence. Can you please go over to Raider Twuan if you're still watching, and go into his chat feed, show him a like and subscription and all that, because I got to get going. So I appreciate it. Twuan on 6. JT, it's been fun debating with you. As much as we're far apart. You know what I mean? In terms of our opinions, it's been fun. So, I guess at the end of the day, we both want the same thing, right? We just want the team to be successful and start making the right moves that are going to get us back to where we're consistently at that commitment to excellence. You know what I'm saying? So that I'm sure we can both agree with. Anyways, I'm out, gang. Take care. Make sure, like I said, go over to Raider Twuan. Just YouTube in Raider Twuan. Go into his chat feeds. Like, subscribe, all that jazz. I'm Afkazi Raider. You get your boy on 6 JT.
I'm gonna come over. We're gonna finish that on your panel. I'm gonna come over to your side.
I'm cutting the stream. I gotta.
No. I mean on your next show. I'm gonna try and show up to another show.
All right, hit me up behind the scenes, JT. Anyways, gang, I'll catch you on the flip side for sure. All right, peace.
Auntie, I know you've been sitting back like me, trying to listen to all this. What are your thoughts on the discussion?
No, I understand where both of you guys are coming from, but at the end of the day, that whole draft class has been underwhelming to me and shit. And that Brian Young pick was a horrible pick, because not even just that, even comes out was a couple of weeks ago, that wasn't even the right Brian Young that we wanted. We wanted the other one.
That's what I was waiting for. That's what I was waiting for, because I knew that was coming.
So at the end of the day, we drafted the wrong guy that we even wanted and shit. So what the hell? So, but at the end of the day, Twuan, got to get out of here because I got to get up at 4 and show and get dinner and get a shower and go to sleep. So, thank you for having me on, JT. We're definitely going to have you on our channel next time. So, God bless you guys. Make sure you guys subscribe. And on to the next one, brother. God bless.
All right. I'm gonna catch you over there, man.
Yeah, I think with Byron Young, I think, again, all the debauchery of that, it's like, what was the organization really going through at that time? And I'm glad that moving in a futuristic way, I'm glad that we're trending up and not really down. Like, I know that some people may have pause or concerns in regards to some of the hirings and stuff like that, but I think they're making do with the situation. You were talking about earlier the situation of the coaches, right? And how many, not investing for the future. Well, if the head coach is only, has a 3-year contract, how long are these coordinators really going to be around to stay. Now, it just depends on if they have a succession plan in regards to, the guys that are currently here, the possibilities, and just hear me, the possibilities of someone like a Chip Kelly eventually being a head coach, or Patrick Graham finally getting his opportunity as a head coach. You know what I'm saying? That might be the succession plan, even after Pete Carroll. And even with that being said, that will add the continuity of the organization, right? If you're building from within, you that person that's the head coach now knows who the players are, and obviously, can work with the majority of them already. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the thing with Pete Carroll. Yeah, it's not a 10-year plan. Yeah, it's not a 7-year plan, but we have him for 3 years, and within those 3 years, that means there's 3 years of a possible good drafting. You know what I'm saying? Another 3 years of cultivating players and grooming players to be starters and possible all pros. You know what I'm saying? You have all those possibilities there. And yes, I am the optimistic person. I like to be the optimistic person. So yeah, but I feel like we're building something, but it's going to be, and I think that's the other thing too with Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll's talking about, I want to win now. You know what I'm saying? It's a win now type of situation, and I'm with that. There's no, as much as Mark Davis has said publicly that, hey, I didn't put that pressure on him to win right now. You know what I'm saying? I just want him to build something. It's not what Pete Carroll wants to do. He wants to build and win. So I'm with that. If he can leave this team better than what he came in with, then I'll take it. And that's just my perspective on things.
Yeah, I mean that's the goal, right? And I'm all for I'm all for optimism. The problem is there is no more room for just optimism. Like if I'm too well versed and I understand the game to understand what's going on. So like I can have optimism, but it's like when reality kicks in and you give me the roster that you give me, ain't no optimism with that. There wasn't. There like if anyone has optimism, like you're just a super fan. Because if you know football, you know exactly what was going to happen. You've known exactly what was been happening. Like it's just an ongoing cycle of just BS. They weren't trying to win, and it was understood why what Mark was doing early on. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have that the net worth. You know what I'm saying? He had to rebuild. He had to rebuild a lot, but he's rebuilt now, which is why I said what I had to say. And I told people, I'm like, hey man, if this shit continues, stop buying, stop spending your money, stop investing, your money into this entity. Too many of you guys are just falling for the trap of entertainment. Now, granted, this is entertainment, and I want to be entertained, but none of us have been entertained. You constantly keep going to a show, and you feel like you're losing money. You're wasting your time. There's nothing entertaining about this team. There's nothing entertaining about this show. There's nothing entertaining about the effort, or like it's just insanity. Year in and year out, we fanning out. It's always the year of optimism. This gonna change. Like that whole Barack Obama. Hope. Like I'm done running on that hope shit. Like no, give me something to actually cheer for. Give us something. Build something. Develop something. Like you can't continuously keep doing it's just doing the wrong thing consistently and just expecting me just to be full support. So that's what's been going on for far too long, and too many people have just been accepting this type of behavior and accepting this type um of product. You know, like I'm sorry, I can't I refuse to. You know what I'm saying? I'm still gonna be a fan, but if this is what you're telling me that I have to support, man, go f yourself, man. I ain't gotta support this. I won't support that. So it's just not been acceptable, and too many people have been just accepting mediocrity. Like, honestly, they're not even mediocre. They're worse than mediocre. We've been worse than mediocre, and I, y'all can sit here and say I've not been a fan, or I'm not. I'm more dedicated because I'm just not accepting that. I refuse to accept bull like the BS that they've BS and the product and just the type of football that y'all. It's not. You can't watch this. You can't be a sane person and say that you enjoy watching this. Hell no. And honestly, and if you start looking at it, more and more people are starting to agree. People. I'll be honest. I had no idea how people had any type of optimism with Jimmy Garoppolo and then Gunnar Minshew as your quarterbacks, and y'all can sit here and literally say, "Oh, we have a chance of winning and doing things and surprising people." Like, get the fuck out of here! You out your cotton picking mind. Like that's what you're trying to go into battle with. And I, I I didn't invest anything, and I'll be honest, it I kind of the season. I didn't watch all. I couldn't watch all the games, but I was surprised about some things. Like I said, Patrick Graham uh, did some things with the defense that I seen him, try to do different things, and a lot of things, were working. You know, it wasn't consistent. Which is why things fared the way they fared. But there were some parts of the season I enjoyed. It wasn't an overall like terrible season. It's but it wasn't entertaining as well. So just wait and see. Like, it doesn't take long to wait and see what's happening or what's transpiring with the team. Like, you can see what's going on. I mean, you understand. You understand how they're trying to move, what they're trying to move, who they're investing in. I mean, just use your eyes, use your brain. You see what's transpiring. You see what's going on. Like a 3-year contract for a coach who's in their 70s. You're not committing to anything. He's not going to be able to develop anything. Like right now, you're hoping that you hit and get everything. Like, what free agents are really going to want to come to the Raiders? If you're a free agent, you're coming here to die. Like, who's been successful as a free agent as a Raider recently? Outside of linebackers, outside of Robert Spillane and Perriman, who's really been successful? So it's not lucrative or Vegas. Vegas is not no hot spot. So, like, when I hear people say, "Oh, Vegas is a spot," no state, no one cares. I don't care about getting no state tax when I'm not in the league no more, because I'm going to get cut, because everyone's going to see I'm playing for the Raiders, and if I'm terrible with the Raiders, and not because of my play, but just because the team is bad, who's going to want to sign me? Like I say, like
we
that.
got we we've been in the basement a lot, so it's one of those situations where we have to keep some type of optimistic view on it. I'm optimistic because it's the beginnings of the beginnings. We haven't even started the official NFL season for the 2025 year, and I'm just in a position where, hey, they're making moves. I'm excited about, I again, we it's not for a long time, but if we can work some things out, then we can work some things out. And it's you gotta try. And I think this organization, despite how some may feel or think about it, we have to try and take swings where it may not be the most popular or the most likable path. Yeah, for free agents, it hasn't been the most pleasing, production out of those guys. But then you're looking at the organization in itself and the GMs that we had that are now gone out of here. And did they really look like they were ready or valuable to the extent of bringing free agents of value into this team? All the free agents that they did bring in, they did not work well. So obviously there was some issues in regards to GM and identifying who was the right free agents and who wasn't. I think with Christian Wilkins, our last big free agent, I think he would have did well, but injury took its place. So it's still a wait and see for that. But coming in with the team of guys that they're trying to bring forward and the players that they're looking for to build out this team, at this point I got to be optimistic now when we get our 53-man roster, and then we'll have a closer look of where this team is actually going to be. But at this point, where there's still a lot of things that can get hired and fired, I'm just gonna keep I'm gonna keep it on a positive note for me.
No,
Shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you guys hit that like button. If you guys have not, and you guys like the Raiders and you hate Mahomes, go ahead and subscribe.
no, optimism is good when it's warranted. And my problem is like, just because there's a new season, I get hyped because it's a new season. I'm not optimistic about what I see because I know what I see I see my depth chart. I see my roster. And like any optimism I had that, hey, new season coming up, and then I see what I have, I'm just optimistic about, hey, I guess it looks like I'm gonna have fun playing fantasy football again. That's what it is. And it's like not to be a downer, but it's like there's you can cheer your team on, but like I'm not like I just can't. Like I've been I've been like this for a minute, man. I'm not gonna get up for this. Like I said, if they make me eat crow, make me eat crow. But hey, man, I've seen this show way too many times, and I understand how it goes. I mean, damn, I could damn near finish the season. I know how this is gonna go. I know how this is gonna play out. Like you could change the face of the coaches. Don't mean it's gonna change anything. The roster's still the same. The roster's underwhelming. The roster's underdeveloped. We don't got enough. We don't have enough vets on the team. The team is still way too young.
So what develops the players?
What helps develop players?
Mm-hmm.
You need to bring in, like, I'll be honest, you need more players who've been in the league and been around the way a little bit, like Amir Abdullah. I want him on the team because he is a vet that guys can go to, who knows how to navigate the league, who knows how to talk. He's had multiple different agents. He's had different coaches. So when guys are having trouble, they'll go to him. A lot of guys ain't gonna go right to coach, because if you go to your coach so much, that tells me that the information is not being reciprocated. Like you're not getting it. And if you aren't getting it, I can't put you in the game. So that's why a lot of times it's hard for players just to constantly want to, I'm going to ask my coach. No, you have team representatives. You know, there's a lot that goes into the league right now. And then now a lot of these kids, a lot of them aren't as committed to playing football because there's just so much outside noise, so much outside distractions. There's so many opportunities to make money outside of the game. I'm just, like I said, using this as a stepping stone, man. A lot of guys are streaming. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys getting into fashion. Like there's just so many outside avenues that if you don't got someone who's dedicated, like these guys, some of these guys are going to lose money this upcoming draft because they were making more money in college. So their first, so these 4 years they're going to be taking a pay cut than what they were making in college. Like Shedeur Sanders, Cam Ward, if you're not like a lottery pick, you're not making no money. And then if I'm not making no money and I'm like second, third, or fourth on the depth chart, saying, hey, I got family to feed, I got kids. You know what I'm saying? I got family asking for money. I need to make, how can I make more money? That's a big issue that's going on right now. A lot of guys just aren't dedicated to the game like that. And and a lot of those guys just happen to be Raiders. The evaluation, when it go through the evaluation phase, who's interviewing these people? Who's interviewing these kids? Why are we constantly missing and getting guys who aren't self-motivated? Yeah, like Max was a self-motivating player. You hit on Khalil Mack, who was self-motivating. Derek Carr was self-motivating, but he had once he got hurt and I don't know what happened, but somebody snatched his heart. You've had I just don't understand like the evaluation process. It's just annoying. And then it's an every year conversation with the Raiders, year in and year out. It's the same conversation, man. And we're going to be doing it again. 3-year contract, for. I was like, and the thing is, they went for the sexy hire, and it's not even the sexy hire. That's my thing. We went to go get, we went for the sexy hire. They didn't get it, so then they bring in a guy who they're trying to portray as sexy, and they're not. It's not a sexy hire. It's something that's comparable because, hey, if you listen to most of the people, what everybody was saying, I don't want to hear, well, it's better than what we had. Because if you're saying it's better than what we had, you're not happy or satisfied with it. Sorry, that was my neighbor right now. He was walking by. He was just taking his bike by. But I'm saying, if you have to say, if people say it's better than what we had, you're settled. You cannot settle in this game and be successful. So everyone that's like is cool and is happy with this hire have settled for Pete Carroll. And I don't want to settle for anybody.
I didn't settle for Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll was actually somebody of what I wanted for us to have at head coach. So I guess I'm not on that boat.
Well, no, yeah, like I said for the people who are using that term, you know what I'm saying? If it's better than what we had, that means you're settling.
And it still is better than what we had. I'll say it like that too.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Just because it looks good on paper doesn't mean it's going to be better. I know somebody who was committed and was willing to do whatever and put the time and put the effort and commit to it. I don't know how much Pete Carroll is committing to this. I knew a guy who was willing to listen and talk to the staff and talk to the management, talk to the owners. That's what I knew what I had. I could bring in guys to help them. Did we do that? Did we commit to it? No, we didn't commit to it. Why? They fell to the peer pressure. So again, we're not dictating anything. They're just moving accordingly, and they're giving you things that you can be satisfied on. But I'm not. I don't want to be like just satisfied, man. Give me a full course meal. Don't just give me the little sides. You know. But here's my optimism. I'll wait and see. You know, like I know what Pete Carroll. I just hate because most of the guys that Pete Carroll tutored and mentored and monitored already have jobs. You know what I mean? They got their jobs. He's coached up the staff and the guys that I really would want. And I don't know how much he's invested in these new guys or who else needs a job that he's going to bring in or he could bring in.
I mean, it's
Because
still a way to see the coaching staff hasn't been fully fluffed out yet, and we haven't got our players. We got draft coming up. We got free agency coming up. There's a whole lot of things that still have to shake and move before we can get a real look at where this team is going.
yeah, yeah, but
I'm sorry, but I can't be like Sanjeet and saying that we need to tank, and the season hasn't even started.
they said they're tanking already. Tanking for what? Who are they tanking for next year?
I don't know. You got to ask Sanjeet. You know, he has 53,000 subscribers that obviously believe in what he's saying.
He said tank.
he put it out there. He already said that, you know, the Raiders need to tank this season. What? We haven't even played a game. We haven't even been drafted. We haven't even brought any free agents in, and you're already asking for the team to tank. Last time I checked football, there's no tanking in football.
Well, I just want to know what are you tanking?
Especially in the Raiders.
But you're tanking for something.
There's no need. Look, you're trying to dig into something that obviously I don't have the answer for. You need to go ask Sanjeet that. All I'm saying is Sanjeet said that the 2025 season we need to tank.
And he just left. He let. So that's what I'm saying. He left.
I'm definitely, hear me clearly. I'm definitely not jumping on that boat.
So he just left it incomplete, or was it like? Was he just trying to bait people or something? Like I don't understand. If like,
what
is he trying to?
Stop asking me questions, JT.
I'm trying to.
Hey, you know how AP said. You know how AP said, "Ask Telesco." Go ask Sanjeet.
Peyton, the Manning kid, Arch Manning. I mean, I heard Dallas was doing that for him, but I'm not big on Arch Manning. But I did want to touch on this. So I heard people say this. This is what was irking me. I heard people talk or say, if we sign Myles Garrett, we can get rid of Max Crosby.
For reference, Joel Lee was at the end of the Patrick Graham video. He said that we need to tank. So if you want to go watch that for yourself, I'm not putting anything out there I'm not putting any fake news out there. I don't function that way.
So he said, Patrick, at the end of the Patrick Graham, we need a tank.
You can go watch the Patrick Graham video and figure out, yes, he did say that and why he said that. And if you have further questions, obviously you can reach out to Sanjeev and ask him what makes him think as a Raider it's okay to tank.
Well, you already know. They don't like me over there.
Look, then don't ask me questions that needs to be directed to another man.
True. I can see that.
That's the issue with a lot of these people, and I'm going on a rant, but I don't care.
Yeah,
that's the issue with a lot of these people on in chats and stuff like that. If you hear somebody say something, you go to that person and don't bash the person that's not saying the stuff for somebody that's saying something. If JT says something crazy on here, don't be coming at me for it.
Oh, come to me, please.
Go to JT.
Put this in there.
Okay, like it's serious. That's there's some people that don't look. I'm gonna say it right now. There's some people that don't like me right now because I happen to be in a box with somebody else. So go to that person. If you see that person mouth moving and they're saying the words, then go to them. And of course, with me, if there's something that I say, you can always reach out to me on IG. So, and get clarification or whatever else you need to say to me. But I'm definitely, and I repeat, I'm definitely not jumping on the boat for tanking at any time in regards to the Raiders. That's why I have proven videos. If you go and see my records and see what I put out on video, I have a whole live breaking down why tanking is not an option. So you know where I stand.
I just don't understand tanking already before you even hit the draft is crazy. But that's fun. That's funny.
Yeah.
I don't know how. I'm like, even if you tank, no, I'm not even gonna get into it. So how do you really feel about the coaching staff?
I think it's working out. I think there's still, you know what I'm saying, it's not a complete product because obviously there's still guys, there's, you know, reports of people getting released and stuff like that. But I think what they have right now, you know, confirmed, I think it's good. You have Patrick Graham that is consistency on the defensive side. You know what I'm saying? Everybody on the defense should know, you know what I'm saying, that's been here, obviously, should know what's expected of them. So they should be able to get done, you know, things done a little faster. I'll just say it like that. If you've been running Patrick Graham cover 2 and know what Patrick Graham expects in cover 2, you should be doing it a little faster in your second and third year. You know what I'm saying? So I like that, you know, that part of it. Of course, his assistants, you know what I'm saying, the running, you know, the cornerbacks coach, the linebacker coach, you know, those guys have got released or fired per se. So he needs to figure out what he's going to do, you know, to fortify those, you know, into coaching the players that are on the roster. But I like what I'm seeing from the defensive side, you know, coaching wise, the consistency, you know, I think that's the reason why our defense was successful, you know what I'm saying? You know, barring injuries and stuff like that, was because of the consistency of them knowing, you know, the coaching staff and what's going to be called of them and what's expected of them. Offensively, I think I like Chip Kelly. You know what I'm saying? He does run a good offense. You know, and I just wanted somebody that knew what they were doing offensively. And what I've seen from Chip Kelly is he's one of those guys that, you know, based on what he has with his roster, he works with that. And that's what he's going to have to do this year. You know, not everybody may be completely his cup of tea, but if he can work with those guys until we, you know, bring in guys to fizzle those guys out or whatever the situation may be, I'm glad that he's one of those guys that's willing to work with the players. Greg Olson is our quarterbacks coach. That's been confirmed. He's an offensive coordinator. He's been an offensive coordinator for him. I wasn't mad at him being an offensive coordinator for us, but honestly, I think his stronger suit was really working with quarterbacks. And whoever our quarterbacks may be, whoever they decide to have in that room, I think they'll be even the better having someone like a Greg Olson.
I would love for him to coach up our tight end room, which I feel is the best tight end room in a.
No,
I just hate it because
you're getting Greg Olson mixed up with the Greg Olson, the tight ends coach. I'm talking about no. There's two Greg Olsons. There's Greg Olson, the tight end that everybody knows, and then there's Greg Olson, actually the coach.
Yeah, but Greg Olson also, I remember he was coaching. I know he was coaching in high school like 2 or 3 years ago, and then he moved up.
He was our offensive coordinator not too long ago.
Oh, the slick back.
He was our offensive coordinator with Gruden, I believe.
Yeah. He's the one who took over. I remember him.
Yeah.
Never mind.
I think he was a head coach. I think he had an opportunity to be a head coach in Jacksonville too. Like, I don't have his resume, you know what I'm saying, like pulled up or anything, but I think he was a head coach at Jacksonville, and then, you know, he bounced around, but he
was assistant coach at Jacksonville.
Okay.
Assistant coach and quarterback coach. And then he became the offensive coordinator in 2015 for Jacksonville.
Yeah.
So he was
I like him. So, and because he has, and I said this earlier, because he has that experience of being an offensive coordinator, then he can also, you know, if Chip allows it, you know what I'm saying, he can bounce ideas with someone that also was an offensive coordinator. You know what I'm saying? Chip can be like, hey, Greg, this is what I'm thinking. What do you think? You know what I'm saying? And have that input, you know, but again, you're dealing with ego. So Chip Kelly can be like, hey, I run the show. I just need you to run quarterbacks, and that's it. And that's fine too. But if he wants to open it up to, you know, discussion of, you know, trying to figure out how to really work this team, you know, I wouldn't mind him bouncing ideas off of Greg Olson.
So is he he's a Pete Carroll guy. He's not a Chip guy. I see.
Who, Greg Olson?
Mm-hmm.
Did he have a stint with the Seahawks?
Yeah, last year. I'm sorry, 2023.
Okay.
Yeah, so he came with Pete Carroll. So he's not a Chip guy already. And I know how Chip is with his staff.
Yeah. So yeah, there's some things that, like I said, I tend to be the optimistic, you know, side of things, but I think we got some guys that have experience where they are. It's not like we're coming in with a lot of unproven, you know what I'm saying, guys in their positions. You know what I'm saying? We know Chip Kelly's been an offensive coordinator. We know Greg Olson, you know, has worked with quarterbacks, you know, present and in the past. You know what I'm saying? He's even, like I said, he's even been an offensive coordinator. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, Patrick Graham's been a solid guy on the defensive end, and, you know, he's been also, you know, in the carousel of being a head coach, you know, interviews and stuff like that. So I'm really, and I know this was a statement you said earlier about, you know, it's better than what we've had, but I think it is better than what we've had. You know, and I'm not saying that to settle, but I'm just saying it as a fact. I think that, you know, I think Chip Kelly is better than Getsy. You know what I'm saying? I think Pete Carroll, you know, is better than, Josh McDaniels. So and I'm saying that as a head coach. You know what I'm saying? So it's better than what we've had. And I'm in the mode of progression, because I don't think that we're in a place to just automatically, bam, Super Bowl. Now, if we get Super Bowl, cool. That's always cool. But I definitely want to see progression. Because progression can also get you to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And again, some of those pieces are still trying to figure it out. We need to figure out who's our tight end coach. We need to still figure out who our running back coach is going to be. We still got to figure out who our cornerback coach is, linebackers. There's a lot of other guys that we got to figure out. And if they bring in guys with experience, it might go to, the frustration of JT, my brother over here. And it might be where these players actually get coached up.
Mm-hmm.
And we finally start getting guys in the draft that actually stick around.
I just want to see us develop a guy. That's how I know things will change when a guy develops.
But like you said, we didn't have too many of coaching wise, too many guys that you could say was developing. Like, look at the guys that we just got rid of. Cadillac Williams. Did he really develop anybody? You know what I'm saying? Let me pull it up because I'm gonna mess up these names because I have the little clip of who the guys that ain't here. Here we go. Cadillac Williams, Edgar Bennett. I'll give him props with the wide receivers. Linebacker Caldwell. He didn't have to really develop much of Spillane. Diablo was the one that really needed to work.
Well, Diablo is the one who's developed the most.
Wasn't some of our cornerbacks making business decisions?
I mean,
you know what I'm saying? So, like, those guys, what were they really developing? So that's why I'm, at this point, because it hasn't been established, I'm hopeful that they continue this energy of bringing in guys that actually do what they do. You know what I'm saying? Have experience of doing what we're asking of them to do. And so far, the guys that we brought in, Patrick Graham, Greg Olsen, Chip Kelly, those are all guys that have experience of doing that job. Their jobs. I'll say it like that.
I'll say this. I mean, and it looks like Byron Young is in the league. He's with the Eagles.
They're taking a flyer on him.
I guess he got injured, so he's on IR right now. But he was actually playing with the Eagles.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's crazy. So the Eagles pick him up. I don't think he's as bad as what we like to give him. But he's
I'll say this with the Eagles though, they're so deep, and their depth is so that's the reason why they're in the Super Bowl is because of their depth.
Yeah, because
they can take flyers on guys. The whole reason why they were able to take Jalen Carter, the whole reason why they were able to take Jalen Carter was because they were already established at D-line. So if that pick didn't, you know what I'm saying? If that pick hit, great. If he was, wilding out and they had to let him go, it really wasn't gonna hurt him.
But that's the problem is that they got their
get there. We have to get to the point that we can take flyers.
Well, they didn't take a flyer, but that wasn't a flyer though.
That's his talent, yes. It wasn't a flyer, but the behaviors off the field that's the risk of taking him as a flyer, because the whole issue with Jalen Carter was the stuff that he was doing off the field. It wasn't the stuff that he was doing on the field. So that was the flyer. It was like, okay, and that's why I said it how I said it. If they brought him in and he started wilding out in the streets, it really wasn't going to hurt him, because their D line was already good without Jalen Carter. So now that he's actually, not wilding out, or at least keeping it low, but still having that production, it looks like a great pick for the Eagles. Because he definitely, coming out the draft, was a risk, and the risk was not what was going on the field; it was what was off the field.
Yeah, but his off the field, they weren't bad. They were just typical college off the field issues. And that happens when you have a very lenient and light disciplinary staff on college, which most top tier colleges do. So that was just been my issue. And if that's what held you up, that means you're telling me that you don't know how to discipline people. Let's be real. Ray Lewis wasn't easy to deal with. Isaiah Thomas. Shoot,
Yeah, a lot of those, I was talking about it with the basketball, because you may not like it, but we got Luka over at the Lakers. Like, one of those, with all the high ticket guys, they always got some type of baggage or some type of thing. You have to make concessions, for guys. It would be a miracle to have someone of that caliber of player, and they don't have, issues, or some type of, they're not making, the team doesn't have to make concessions for them. So I get that. I do. But, I just, we got to get to the place where we can, build out the team enough to where you can say, okay, Rodman, come on over. You know what I'm saying? We got a team over here, and we like what you do on the court. Just come on over here. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, we're so stacked on our team that we'll just throw Antonio Brown on top of that, and if he works out on the field, great. If he comes in here and starts complaining about frozen feet and coming in on an air balloon and all that, then we'll just go ahead and let him go. But it's not going to hurt us. We're not there. And that's what's frustrating, even for us looking at players, is because as bad as this team is in its totality, is we can't afford to not hit on our draft picks. We can't afford to not hit on our free agencies. Where other teams, is it really going to hurt them if the Eagles miss on a pick? Is it really going to hurt? You know what I'm saying? Is it really going to hurt the Eagles if they that free agent doesn't pan out for them? No.
No, because they've developed so much depth with their development. Like, most of the people they have were drafted.
Mm-hmm.
Like 80% of their roster is drafted.
Yeah. So we got to get to that point. We're not there. But hopefully we can build on that.
We're not even on the road yet. That's my thing, and I'm just tired of seeing them fake the funk. It's always hearsay. Oh, we went ahead and did this, and we're talking with them. Like, I don't want you talking to DeAndre Hopkins. No.
Yeah, hey, and that too, Rebel. You know, it's like we're scarred from past demons, right? You know, Jalen Carter was one of those speed demons, and we was already dealing with the demons of
Oh man.
Ruggs.
Yeah,
So you know,
we gotta knock that off. Like I
you know,
hear that, but we can't keep using that as an excuse. Like, I don't want to hear that. Like no, like if you are, we could easily resolve that just by giving him a driver. Then go as fast as you want because you're not driving a car. No one cares about that. I'm so tired of that excuse of just us saying, you know, we're traumatized. No, we're not traumatized about what happened with Henry Ruggs. That was a one-off situation, and it just it happened the worst way possible. We haven't heard nothing like that since. So
hey, all eyes. Look, I'm telling you, I'm not lying. Look, if I'm lying, I'm flying.
I mean, okay, you're tanking for what though? Like, what are you tanking for? Like, cause this year wasn't a tank season. We just
I need to make a shirt. Hey, can someone help me make a shirt? I need some merch over here at Raider Twuan, and it's gonna say Ass and G.
well, no, I'm not asking you deliberately. It's just a figure of speech. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, I can I understand what you're saying, but what are we doing it for? What would be the outcome?
Obviously,
What would be the outcome, or what are you thinking? Like that means if you're tanking, right? That means you have 2 years really of your coach that you got for 3 years. That means you're leaving him 2 years, and you sign him to a 3-year deal. Make it make sense. Now you're paying an offensive coordinator $6 million to throw games and tank for what?
and especially since the head coach is already saying that we're in a win now, we're winning now.
But even hearing somebody say that, that's bullshit.
And you know, and I'm and this is the speculation, right? You ain't tanking for a running back. You ain't tanking for a wide receiver. You're not tanking for an offensive lineman. What position do players, you know, teams tank for? Quarterback. So obviously he feels like we need to just strap it in, and our best quarterback, you know, next year, you know, people say Arch Manning or whatever, but I'm not even believing in Arch Manning like that. Be honest with you.
Not under Chip Kelly.
So that, but hey, I'm look. Someone help me make some merch. You know what I'm saying? I need to start upgrading this channel. I need to get some merch. I need y'all to subscribe so I can get these. You know, so I can get super chats going. So I can get put money back in y'all pockets. Because I will when I do. I'm just saying this right now. When I do get monetized, I will be doing giveaways. I'll be, hey, so you know, subscribers getting an Amazon gift card, or subscribers getting and that'll be from the super chats.
Hmm.
So I need to get that going. I need to get the merch going, and one of the shirts might be, I'm just saying, Ass and G.
That's that's funny. But yeah, I don't get the thought process. You know, especially for what you are committed to right now and you signed for. That literally defeats the purpose of what you did when you signed Pete Carroll. Um, man, I don't know. It's just it's not even the Raiders doing Raiders shit anymore. It's just you're just being bad just to be bad at this point. You know, like I said, I'm not overly like down on it, but I'm there's nothing that changes my perception of this team. No, I'll wait for the draft and see how the draft goes. But I'll be honest, man. If if you draft a quarterback, you have to pair him with the wide receiver from this draft. And honestly, the can't like I said it last year about the can't miss and what we need to do with our first pick. With this pick, you need to draft Terriosa McMillan. If you get a quarterback, you line him up with the kid from Arizona. You trade back up. You give an asset or a piece away, and you get him. So now you have a quarterback and his leading wide receiver, number one wide receiver, growing and developing together from day one. That's what you do if you're drafting a quarterback. I'll be honest, with everything that's going on right now, I think with how Chip Kelly is as a coach, he's going to want a running back. I see us getting Ashton Gentry because there's only two quarterbacks that I really. I'm gonna say this. I know a lot of people are talking about this kid Jackson Dart. No, he's not it, and I don't think he would not be it under not Pete Carroll, under Chip Kelly. Because Chip Kelly's going to want him to coach him a specific way that isn't going to be successful in the NFL.
Hey, Rebel, if you Rebel, if you do, please let me be a guest on panel because I will definitely ask Sanjeet some questions.
Oh shit! You know, pull me up there. You know it's going to be entertaining. You know what I'm saying? But I honestly feel like it's Cam Ward. Like Cam Ward is the quarter. If you draft a quarterback with the, like I said, I'm not just picking a guy just to pick a guy who I feel is the best. No, I'm picking a guy based on who our offensive coordinator is going to be and what's the most successful option. So yes, what I want Shador. Yes, Shador is my number one quarterback. Now I have to base what talent I'm going to bring in because of my coaching staff and their coaching style. And Cam Ward is a better fit to Chip Kelly's coaching style. I'm going to hate. I will destroy Chip Kelly if he brings in the run past option that he had at UCLA. That shit is not going to work. I mean, it was terrible at UCLA. It's going to be terrible in the pros. Jalen Milroe is a bust. Kid's not a winner, doesn't know how to win. Got all the talent in the world, great arm, is athletic, he can run. I mean, he's almost a prototype you want for a quarterback physically, but he doesn't have it mentally, and he just doesn't have enough heart.
He has two things good. He can run and he can throw the deep ball. But guess what? In the NFL, they're going to take away your deep ball. So what do you have left? You can't throw medium, and you're not accurate even short. I just watched you in the Senior Bowl skip passes on the short.
Yeah, I never was.
So I've been on Milroe. He's gonna, and when I say no, I'm saying no in the sense of he's not ready to be a starter in a year now or in a year. He's gonna have to sit for a little bit, and hopefully he can work it out as a backup. I would love for him to go to the Ravens.
Or who to go to Ravens?
Milrow. I would love for him to go over to the Ravens. Why? Because that was Lamar Jackson when he came out. Lamar Jackson could run, but his passing was not there. And he grew into a better passer. You know what I'm saying? The Lamar Jackson that we all love right now, because he's throwing the ball and yeah. So if he could go over there with Lamar and learn, you know what I'm saying, under Lamar, I think he'll fit that system over there too. You know what I'm saying? Just the style of quarterbacks that they like to have. I think it will work for him. But he's not one of those guys that you would trot out there, you know what I'm saying, this year or next year. Obviously, they ain't going to do anything with Lamar. You know what I'm saying? Lamar obviously clearly got the job. But I'm just saying, like, you know, if they did not have a Lamar, but they were looking for a Lamar-ish type of guy, I still would feel like he's not ready this year or the upcoming year. So he's definitely a backup quarterback in my book.
Oh yeah, he's a big fat no for me. Everything you said. Plus, I've watched countless hours on him.
Mm-hmm.
Probably has one of the biggest arms in the draft this year. I don't know, man. I'm trying to find optimism, Twuan. I'm trying, man. But I just can't find it with this roster as of yet.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest, like way too many people talk about we're gonna revamp and rebuild this roster. You have to attack one part of the roster first. You can't adjust both. So with that being said, if you had to adjust just one side of the ball, what side are you adjusting?
Be honest with you, it would be that's a good question. Because when you look at our defense is actually the starters, and I had that graphic too.
The starters.
These are the key starters that are free agents. And I think the majority of the guys that we would want to bring back or to make that defense what it really is, you know, the Isaiah Palomaus, the Adam Butlers, the Trayvon Merricks, the Malcolm Kuntz, the Robert Spillane, you know what I'm saying? Diablo's still up for consideration. Nate Hobbs is our slot corner. You know what I'm saying? John Jenkins is old. We can, you know, we'll see how that works out. But I think they could really just, you know, it depends on how much they want price-wise and how much we're actually going to offer them. We probably can bring all these guys back just free agency alone. So with that being said, I would say you probably want to invest more on the offensive side because the offensive side is not, you know, where it needs to be. Whether it's our O-line, whether it's our running backs, you know, we need to get a wide receiver, wide receiver, and definitely the most important that everybody's been screaming and wanting is a quarterback.
Before Chip Kelly, I was willing to ride with Aiden because I knew it was a project. Too. But now
it doesn't look good for him.
No, he's gone. Aiden is gone. And he's he's dead in the water.
because
He doesn't. He don't even know how to tread water to try and run Chip Kelly's offense.
yeah, because he's Chip needs he's worked with a lot of mobile quarterbacks, and obviously we know Aiden is not that, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I like Aiden. You know what I'm saying? If we had an offensive coordinator that allowed the quarterback to just kind of, sit in the pocket and dice up defenses, I think Aiden could be that. I'm not saying he is that. I'm saying he has the potential of, being that. Being the Peyton Manning, style where you're just sitting in the, sitting in the pocket and you just delivering the ball. With time and accuracy. But if Chip comes in here and starts asking for him to roll out here, roll out there, and saying we're gonna do the run pass option, and there's gonna be times where you're gonna have to run, like that ain't gonna work.
Can't do it. He's just far too slow. He's a traditional quarterback, and yeah, there's no use for him here. So good luck wherever he lands. Shoot, he might land in New England, or shoot, he could land in New England, Dallas, Jacksonville. And honestly, that's what I'm gonna let people know. Trevor Lawrence is on our radar.
You think so? You don't think they still believe in Trevor?
Nah, Jacksonville's about done with him.
Wait a minute.
I would say, who was the other quarterback? It was a Trevor Lawrence. Who was the guy who used to play for the Eagles but lost his job to what's his name? I remember his name.
Nick Foles?
Not Nick Foles. He lost it to Nick Foles, the other one. The one who started the season but got hurt.
This year?
No. When the Eagles won the Super Bowl.
That was Nick Foles.
No, Nick Foles won. The other quarterback who got hurt?
Wentz?
Yeah, Wentz. Yeah, Wentz. Wentz. Who else would be available?
Shout out to Willie Gray, Raider Felon in the building. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you guys hit that like button if you guys have not, and you hate Mahomes and Taylor Swift. Hit that subscribe button.
Raider Rebel Jackson Dart is not a first round quarterback. If you draft him in the first round,
I would take Jackson Dart in the first round, but it would be late in the first round just so that you can get that 5th year.
There's nothing about Jackson Dart I would draft in the first 2 rounds. I'd get him 3rd or 4th round.
Like I said, the only reason why I would get him in the first round is just to financially, you know what I'm saying, have him under that 5th year option. So pretty much you have him, in essence, you would have him for 4 years because he would pretty much redshirt that first year. And that's why you would give him the 5th year option, because that means you would actually, you know what I'm saying, 1 year is literally just him growing and learning. But I do like what I see from Jackson Dart.
I don't. I don't. If you make those type of mistakes in college and you get outsmarted in college, you're gonna do terrible in the pros. No, like like he's you become a lottery pick making that type of mistake. I could see if he was like taking real chances. No, he was just getting outsmarted and no, I just don't see he was good enough. You
Okay.
know, I'll say I was wrong about Jaden Daniels. Plus, Jaden Daniels fell into like the perfect situation. You know, I didn't see Jaden coming out like that. I mean, I know he had talent, but I didn't see him like that. You know, but Jackson Dart isn't close to what Jaden Daniels had to offer mentally. Not even in the same boat. Um, uh, yeah, like I said, for quarterbacks, it's really just two, man. There's only two quarterbacks you get in the first round, and that's Cam Ward and Shador. Those are the only two quarterbacks we're drafting in the first round. You know, if you go after Quinn Ewers or Jackson Dart or um, what's the kid from Indiana? Some work. You
Yeah.
know, your work. I think you were really stretching it. I mean, I like the kid Will Howard, you know, but again, I think he's gonna fall to like the late second, third, or fourth. I just don't like Notre Dame, so I'm straight on that. On Riley Leonard. Uh, and the kid from Syracuse he's really gritty. Dude's a
Hey,
game. Dude's a
hey,
game
Rebel.
man. Huh?
No, I was about to answer Rebel's question. Go ahead.
What does it say? If what? If
No, he said if we brought back the guys on if we brought 7 guys back on the defense, that would be about 70 million. And I'm fine with that. That means you've addressed retaining your starters per se on the defense side of the ball. So if you decided, okay, I'm gonna pay all these guys on the defense to bring them back, we're gonna roll this defense because I think the defense wasn't bad. You know what I'm saying? I think it was just the injuries that really, made our defense. Of course, there's always a need for depth, but if we just bring back the starters and then have the guys that were playing at the end of the season come back, I could roll with that for a season and then spend most of my draft capital on getting that offense. You know what I'm saying? To where it needs to be. We need guards. We need we need like I said, an XY receiver. We need a quarterback. We need to invest in these running backs. You know,
is Jacoby Myers under
there's a
contract?
lot that we can do draft wise. Like like JT was saying, what side of the ball we're going to invest in. And I think in regards to the draft, it might have to be an offensive draft because you are spending a whole lot of money on the defensive side. And like I said, I could roll with that for another. I could roll with our defense. You know what I'm saying? Healthy and retaining like those 7 guys for another year, and then next year go defense or whatever we feel like we need to fill holes there. But now after you've drafted the offense, they should be able to, in their second year, they should be knowing what they're doing.
I mean, you would only hope so, but
yeah.
I'm just like I said, I'm not a big fan or proponent of Patrick Graham. Personally, I think I've been, yeah, but also, I'm trying to come around to being positive and thinking of the positives that come from it. And I can see positives that come from it, but there's nothing that's that's just substantial that's going to sustain its time. Even if what I'm saying, like if Pete Carroll leaves, what happens? Does everything leave with him? So it's like I plus, is he going to draft players that fit his scheme? Because we can't. I don't think we've even done that lately. Are we gonna commit to max? Because if I'm committing to max, my first move is signing Myles Garrett. If the Raiders sign Myles Garrett, then that means they're trying to win. They're trying to win now. As you said, Pete Carroll said, "Hey, he's trying to win now." Sign Myles Garrett. Prove it.
And that's gonna shake up a lot, because if you do that, then some of these guys that we're looking at now, they're not gonna come back.
Like who?
It's gonna be money. You're not gonna have enough money to pay Myles Garrett and retain these guys defensively.
I mean, well, yeah. Well, Malcolm Kuntz ain't coming. Later. Some of the guys on defense are going to go. You're not really paying that many people. Jacoby Myers, Deuces, I know you're going to ask for money for the season you had.
I think what Myles Garrett would have us going backwards, because you're looking at, like, and these are the key guys. Like, this is not the whole list of free agents. These are our defensive, key guys on the defensive side. And when you start looking at, okay, if you bring in someone like a Myles Garrett, but now you're letting Trayvon Merritt go, and you're letting our slot corner go, Nate Hobbs, and you know what I'm saying? Obviously, like, you're not going to be able to keep everybody. So that means now you have Myles Garrett, especially on the defense side. You got Myles Garrett and a bunch of rookies running around.
No, go back up and bring that back up, and I can explain why.
Excuse me. Go ahead.
None of them are worth keeping, or is going to hurt if we sign Myles Garrett. Every one of those guys are a backup or second string guy. They're just first round talent because they're just first round starter. I mean, they're starters because they play with the Raiders. If you were just to base it out outside of Divine, but Divine Diablo, Spillane, Kuntz before he got hurt, but you were just basing off of how he ended last season, the season before he got hurt. I mean, those are only starters, and those guys are replaceable. They're not key pieces to our success. None of them are. None of them. Those are replaceable assets. You can't replace Myles Garrett. And now, if you got that type of defensive line, you now eliminate so many. You eliminate so many pass plays. Now you're dictating pace. You're dictating how the game scheme is going to be. You don't need top tier corner. You just need capable guys with a capable scheme. With play calling. You got the two best edge rushers in the game. What's the stats that Max gets? If you bring in Myles Garrett, how much better does Max get? And vice versa. You can't double both of them. Because if you double both, then you're going to have a blitz up the middle.
Joel, yes, I think so.
Do you think Carrot can unlock more out of Graham? Unlock what? Like finish the question. Like, what are you looking to be unlocked with Graham? That was an incomplete question.
I mean, hey, look, it does look nasty. You know what I'm saying? But I look at it as how would we replace that?
You know what I also see? I put Tyree Wilson on the other defensive tackle spot.
I would too.
Mm-hmm. Now look what you got to go through on third down. Now you have to throw anything over the middle can be knocked down.
He's already doing that. They're sometimes he's on the outside, like on base situations, but on third down, Tyree's inside.
He should be inside 90% of the time. He shouldn't be outside no more. He's not good enough to be outside. He never was. And with Myles Garrett and Max on the outside, now he's forced to become a defensive tackle. So now, hey, I need you to put on 15 pounds. I need you to put on, 10 to 15 pounds. That D line will be special. Yeah, but Kuntz when Kuntz was playing, he was playing for a contract here, so I don't know how much I could trust that. If you have Myles Garrett and still paying $67 million for two different. Well, you realize that if your defensive line is that good, it covers up a bunch of the holes that you have in a defense. You can't have a 5-step drop against Myles Garrett and Max Crosby. You can't run certain plays because of that. So yes, it definitely covers up a lot. It covers up your linebackers who can't cover out of the backfield. It covers up safeties who can't cover tight ends. Yes, it does. It 100% does. So those longer routes and those routes where there was no pressure, all that's eliminated with that.
So going back to the discussion of our roster, one player is going to make our roster look great.
One player can turn around how your defense looks. Yeah, when you have one piece and you just need a secondary piece. So now instead of having you went from having one piece to having two first pieces. Like you have two key pieces now. Each one of them is the best in the league at what they do on their end. You now have a team. You now have just between two players 20 sacks just between those two. That's 20 sacks between two people, and that's lowballing. How many sacks did Myles Garrett have last year?
I don't have that on top of my head.
I think he had 14, 15?
I know it was double digits.
Well, and Max could have had 10 or whatever. I know he had his worst year this year. So I'm like, So that's what? That's 20. That's 25 sacks right there between two players. And now they're going to be on the same team. And now you can't double one because the other one's going to get solo. Yeah, man, that turns your defense around. And then now you have free agents looking like, oh, that now you have guys that are going to look at that differently on the defensive side of the ball. Offense is still going to need work, but defensive wise, they're going to be guys who are going to be willing to play behind those two guys.
Shout out to Milka BZ in the building. Good to see you, Milka BZ. Make sure you hit that like button. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and do that. Why? I got somebody to tell you why. As soon as I can pull it up.
Fucking Stizan. Stizan. Twuan. Hey, Twuan. Hit that like button. Why? Because I like you.
Go ahead and hit that like button. Man, oh man. We about almost 4 hours on this.
Yeah, I'm about to get up out. I gotta reach out to the wife and talk to the wife.
Go ahead and do that, man.
But it was fun.
I don't need you sleeping on the couch. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, I got my bed. I don't care. I'm never sleeping on my couch. I'm sleeping in my bed. You can kick me all you want. That's okay. But
hey, look, we don't have super chats over here yet, but if you want to, be a financial blessing to the channel, that's how you can do a Cash App, and Venmo is there.
Yeah.
It's also going across the screen, and then if you go in the description of all my videos and all my lives is also in there too. For those that might want to catch it on the replay.
Also, please be an organ donor.
Oh yeah, that's always going. I got a timer on that, and actually, let me go ahead and put it back in their chat there.
But I'm gonna let you go so you can close out the show. It's been fun. It definitely hit the like button, hit the subscribe. Let's get Twuan monetized. As for me, I'm trying to find time. I'm not gonna lie. I've been terrible with my time. I've been super busy. 2 jobs and doing training. So, and after Rafa told me, I need to do better work at scouting. I gotta get better at that too. So,
hey, he said it. You gotta do it. You know what I'm saying? He said
it. I guess I'm not convincing enough. After like putting that in the air last year about, hey, like the first 2 picks, if the Raiders get this, it's an A+. I remember I got killed when people were like, "You're gonna draft the tight end first?" I'm like, "Fuck yes!" There's no one in the draft worth drafting.
And we end up getting them.
Yeah, both. And then it's like, and everyone's like, I ain't trying to toot my own horn, but I'm like, there might be 1 or 2 kids, who have Hall of Fame capable. This is a tougher draft. Like last year, it was super easy. You could tell Brock Bauer was leaps and bounds ahead of everyone in that draft. Jackson was almost leaps and bounds ahead, just at his position. So it was kind of easier last year. This year's a little bit more difficult, but I haven't been able to invest the time. It was a busy year. But I do know enough to know Jackson Dart. I'm still debating. I feel like the kid from Ohio State is a gamer, and the more and more I look at it, the more and more it's like, yo, he could be a super sleeper. He's starting to develop into a sleeper for me. But he's kind of similar to how like Jaden Daniels. He just has to, I think if he goes to like he would have to go to like where the guy from Detroit went, Ben Johnson.
Okay.
Yeah, but Chicago already has their quarterback, so or you know what? If he goes down to also they might look at him in with the Rams. I see the Rams might draft him. Down there with Sean McVay. But those are just the quarterbacks. I don't like the other ones. Like I said, Quinn Ewer I liked, but he just and if you can't survive in college, you're not gonna survive in the pros. Especially as like a high draft pick in the first round. You go into a bad team already, so you ain't gonna make it. And Marcus Mariota is not going to be a starting quarterback here. Like, people, please stop bringing that correlation together. Yes, they had history in college, but Chip Kelly could have got him when he was in San Francisco and didn't get him. So he's not going to bring Marcus Mariota here. I mean, there's a small possibility, but he won't start. And if he has to start, we're in trouble because we already have Desmond Ridder. Or was that just a 1 year deal?
I think that was a 1 year, but still, we need to get rid of. We already figured out the riddle with Ridder. He gotta go.
I mean, well, he did come off the street, and like I had to jump in the game right away too. But it is what it is. All right, man. It's been a pleasure. I'm gonna let you get your show back. I'm out of here. Salute, chat, hit the like button, subscribe. Love y'all, man. I'll see y'all soon.
All right, man. Thanks a lot. Hey, man, ladies and gentlemen, that was JT from the Up for Review channel. I know that he hasn't been, active as much, but definitely he has a channel on YouTube. So if you want to check that out, or you may have liked or disliked what he said, or whatever it may be, everything is definitely up for review with JT. So definitely you want to be a part of his channel. If you guys have not, again, come on over, join Raider Twuan and the congregation. If you've been watching, just go ahead and hit that subscribe button. It's completely free to do. And again, my goal for any financials is to be a blessing to those that are on the channel. So I will be doing giveaways. I'll be giving, gift cards and stuff like that to you guys. So definitely hit that subscribe button. If, like I said, if you want to drop some money into the Cash App or Venmo, that is available to you. I'm excited for those, that have been listening to me personally. I'm excited for the Raiders. I'm excited for what is cooking. You know what I'm saying? It's not a finished product, but I think we're in a better place than we have been in the past, and I'm okay with that. There's no way that we can, there's always a chance, but, being realistic, turning something over, overnight is a huge ask, a huge offer, a huge demand. And I think if we get some progression and some consistency out of this group, and I think we'll be better. So stay tuned. I will be I might go live Thursday. Okay. I might go live Thursday. I have an appointment and some other things that I'm going to be outside of YouTube that I'm trying to take care of. So I might go live Thursday. Stay tuned for that. Make sure, if not, make sure you hit that notification bell. Okay, so when you subscribe, make sure you hit that notification bell. because I do go live at random. And then, like I said, if you have the notification bell, then you'd actually know if I went live on Thursday. Okay. So when you subscribe, make sure you hit that notification bell so you don't miss when I go live and what I have in store. I do have to talk about, I know that I do, before the Super Bowl, I got to talk about the NFL. So you do not want to miss that one. You'll see a thumbnail that I've created, and that will be out when I do create that live. Here at Raider Twuan, we're advocates for being an organ donor. That is always in the link, always in the description of all my videos and lives. Please hear me clearly. Consider yourself for being a donor. You can go to the DMV and get it that way. Or if you go in the description of my video, you'll find the information on how to be an organ donor. That's a big component for us here at Raider Twuan. Here at Raider Twuan, we're advocates for being an organ donor. So definitely be an organ donor. I also am a man of faith. Not saying I do everything perfectly. Not saying that I am the picture of a perfection. But I do believe in Jesus Christ. So if you are interested in getting prayer for something that's going on in your life, it could be for a job, it could be for health, it could be a family member is in the hospital, whatever it may be. Hit me up on IG right there. Twuan, TWUAN, TWUAN. That is also, I just put it in the chat for you guys. That's my IG. Hit me up on IG if there's something. Like I said, if you need prayer for whatever's going on in your life. I say this and I do mean this seriously. Your business is between me, you, and the Lord. Okay. So that's as far as it's going to go. You're not going to worry. You don't have to worry about me putting your business out there in the street, no matter how, embarrassing it, personally embarrassing it may be. It'll be between me, you, and the Lord. And that's it. So whatever you may ask for me to pray for, I will be praying for specifically that for you, because I do talk Raiders, but I do have a love and a concern for all those that I come in encounter with, and obviously you guys are part of that on this YouTube platform. So definitely that is available to you. That's why I call it the congregation. Join the congregation by hitting that subscribe button. And yeah. Let me see if I'm missing anything. Hit that like button. If you guys have not, I will, and I'm saying this, we're on our way to 500 subscribers by week 1. Hopefully we can smash that before week 1. But that is the goal that is set. So please hit that subscribe button. If we reach that 500 goal, I will have a giveaway. That will be the start of the giveaway. So you do not want to miss that. Again, 500 subscribers by week 1. And all you have to do is something for free. Hit that subscribe button. Hit the like button.
Stizan. Twuan, hey Twuan, hit that like button. Why? Because I like you.
And always remember, you're a blessing. Be a blessing to someone else. And let's go, Raiders.
What up, low?
Today is a day when our heroes of the past become our legends of the future. Time never really stops for the great ones. We wrap them in a cloak of immortality and remember what great people they were. We recognize you, Virginia Man, his sons Mike and Joey. They were a football family, so that John can pursue his dreams. Tonight is Wednesday on the road, and a tribute to Virginia Madden and Al Davis. We declare that the fire that burns the brightest in the Raiders organization is the will to win. Ladies and gentlemen, the Madden family.
Hey, Raider Twuan here. You must watch one of my videos or lives. Thank you for watching. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button, and it's right there. Or if you want to watch one of my videos, watch it right there. And let's go, Raiders.